Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Alright. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Alright. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Road to EWC Global Qualifiers. Day 2, Clement, we saw a lot of action unfold in this 4v4 format yesterday, but now we get to finally close the chapter to the group stage in this Day 2.
Yesterday, nobody was eliminated, but that changes today. We are going to be seeing teams starting to get sent home, and we're going to be starting through Group A. We're going to go through the entire rest of the GSL bracket, coming in with T1, with teams like All Gamers, and of course, Get Gromped and Team Heretics.
And Group B will be happening off-stream, but we'll be sure to update everyone and the viewers, as we move along throughout the brackets, as we get the scores from Group B. We'll have those updates come through as well to try and keep up to date with all the results happening, both on and off-stream.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of action today. I think this is kind of the pivotal day where we see which teams actually make it to Stage 2. Once again, if you're in Stage 2, then 3 out of the 4 teams do eventually take it to the EWC. So that ticket is incredibly important for their chances.
Looking at the tournament format, not too much has changed from yesterday. Still, of course, 8 teams and still 3 of them hoping to get one of those tickets directly to the main event. The biggest change for today will be, as we mentioned, the finalization of the group stage and the fact that we'll be seeing 3 series instead of 2 that we saw yesterday. So a bit of a longer day, a bit more action to pack into this great Day 2.
Absolutely, and we're going to be taking a look full way through Group A. They're first starting off with the winner side bracket, All Gamers versus T1. I would have to say these are likely one of the 2 strongest teams in terms of just individual roster strength left in the tournament. Then we go to the lower bracket with Get Gromped and Team Heretics. This is where we will be sending our first team home. Elimination matches are going to be happening, and then we have the second match, which is a decider match to send the final team on into Stage 2.
That'll be between the loser of All Gamers and T1 and the winner of Get Gromped and Team Heretics, and that would finalize that Group A. So a lot's at stake, really, for today, as you mentioned, Clement. I think especially that second series where it will be a do-or-die moment for both of those teams. I think it's going to be really exciting to see, especially the kind of mixture of Americas versus EMEA, a classic rivalry in TFT.
Absolutely, and I have to be cheering for the 2 teams that weren't picked up by organizations. They have so much to prove that other people were wrong and didn't see what they should have seen in them, especially giving a shout out to Glorp Gang that did have a very surprising result, taking down Edward Gaming yesterday.
And let's be honest, both of those teams also have the best team logos. There is no doubt about that. But looking at the results from yesterday, we saw pretty close parity in Group B. A lot of 2-1s. Virtus Pro beating Isurus and Glorp, as you mentioned, beating Edward Gaming. But on the side of Group A, not really so close. It looked like at least a 2-0 win for All Gamers versus Get Gromped. That's one of the matches we had on broadcast. And then T1 beating Team Heretics 2-0 as well off stream. So going to be really exciting to see T1 on the broadcast today, as well as Team Heretics, see what they have to offer and kind of what style they play as a team.
T1 has always been a powerhouse. Yesterday they had 2 blowout wins against Team Heretic. Team Heretic couldn't even take a single second place against T1. And, the lore of T1 continues to grow. They really laid the foundation for 4v4. A lot of teams like Vitality, like Flash Wolves, they all commend them for kind of laying the groundwork. And the way the T1 plays is they really try to emphasize having full loss streaks and having full win streaks, and then they do this elaborate change where the loss streakers suddenly become the win-out conditions, and they're very, very good at doing this. They will play very, very, I would say, tempo-oriented on their win streakers. They're not expected to actually carry out the game, but then they're loss streakers because they saved up so much in terms of the interest. They saved up so much in terms like picking, having item priority and stuff like that they're suddenly able to leap in and overtake the lead for the team in stages 4 and 5.
I think T1 implemented this from really before TFT 4v4 especially was solved as a format, where there was so much extra complexity added in. It was very hard for teams to immediately solve the format and how to really play it optimally, or close to optimally at least. I think T1 really innovated in that sense, and they really allowed others to, copy their homework and start implementing some of those fundamental strategies and rules to their own game plan. And it's only evolved more and more over time. I think we saw yesterday maybe nearing the climax of this min-maxing strategy between Isudus and Virtus Pro. The amount of griefing, the amount of forecast being held, the timing of the moment you hit your 2-star Corker Ramus, immediately the floodgates open and your team rolls to try and get every single one of those extra copies out of the pool. We saw some players not hitting their main forecast all of Stage 4 because of the holes from the opposing team. So I think more and more we'll see that in this 3rd edition now of EWC or TFT. Getting more and more optimal and getting closer to that point where it's just you're seeing these strategies really flourish.
Yeah, and there's very good mathematical reasoning behind that. We really simplify and summarize the strategy as target the opponent 8th place and then protect your own 1st place. Because if you target the opponent 8th place and the only possible way for them to win without a blowout is to then get 1st place for themselves. So if you can do both conditions, you'll win basically 80 to 90% of your matches. And that is kind of the strategy that T1 has gone for. There has been a very, very big roster change for T1, which is they introduced SCSC, a finalist in set 15, into the roster. And that has made them so much stronger. They had to rely a lot of times on in the past on they introduced Sanyup. They had to rely on like Duty Juni for going for those crazy 1st places, but in yesterday's matchups, SCSC was able to carry a 1st place in both of their games for them. So if you're looking for a win-out player, SCSC is the one to look for.
And crazy moving as well. I think individually not maybe the strongest career, but at least for this 4x4 team in the last edition of EWC, he just really stepped up as a hero for this team in terms of so many different moments. I remember that he had to clutch it up and he had to be the player to drag this team out of a bad situation, and he accomplished it pretty much every single time. But looking at all gamers, we did see them yesterday on the broadcast for the very 1st series. Very impressive play. I still remember the Leona Shield Maiden with Stargazer combination from Waverly Show. Really, really cool creative game of TFT that was enabled by the Emblem Ensemble. Yes, but it was still just really cool to see everything clicking and making so much sense in Stage 3.
I'm very impressed with Achen's performance yesterday. If you remember his spot, he was actually given Sniper plus Anima Emblem twice from Rost. I mean, the chances of that happening are so incredibly low, and usually when you look at a start like that, you're saying, oh, I'm just kind of dead in the water. These are the 2 worst emblems I could possibly get. He actually piloted both times into top 5s. I think that is just a testament to how good he's been throughout the history of TOC for CN. Again, this is like, in terms of individual skill and accolades, you probably think that All Gamers is even the stronger roster, even compared to T1, which has had better results at EWC.
As you mentioned, I think it's a harder thing sometimes in TFT to salvage a 7th or a 6th into a 5th or a 4th, especially in 4v4, where your job sometimes is from the very get-go, from Stage 2, not to play for 1st. Someone else on your team might be doing that already, but just to salvage a position and kind of beat your mirrored opponent on a certain role, a 6 instead of a 7th, for example. So as you mentioned, Altan yesterday, great play in terms of getting those few extra points that maybe saved his team and allowed for the 2-0.
Yeah, and coming back to the T1 roster, something I really wanted to mention about this is how they built this team together, right? They have a whole wealth of Korean players to choose from, and they went with Crazy Moving, which I think is a very interesting pick. He is individually not really that well known in Korea for TFT, but he was a Heroes of the Storm pro, so had a lot of experience in terms of kind of that team environment of esports. And the same goes at SCSC as well. If his name doesn't give it away, he was a previous StarCraft pro as well. So it's really fun to see how they built this team together. They didn't really go for the best individual talent that was available in the South Korean pool. Instead, they actually went for experienced vets to build this team. And so far for 2 EWCs, that has worked out very, very well. 2nd place in EWC 2024 and a 3rd and 4th place in EWC 2025. This is actually kind of a new low for them, unfortunately, but if the trend continues, you kind of feel like T1 are making it back.
And I think translating to 4v4 is not just individual skill and just adding the individual skill of 4 players and that's it. There's the aspect of communication. There's the aspect that is not really considered at all in individual TFT. You can be the best player in the world, the tech round champion in TFT individually, but if you don't have the skills to communicate efficiently, to have proper ego in terms of what you're playing and why you should be playing this role, for example, in a certain game, you're going to have a problem as a team. So I think 44 is quite different in that regard. And as you mentioned, I think T1 especially has highlighted how important team dynamic is and how important just playing as a unit is really.
Yeah, and the same story kind of applies to all gamers as well, where they really built this dynasty, first from Wolves Esports, then to Falcon Esports between Li Tuchuan and Li Sao. This is really the core of the group. And then they decided to split up, only Li Tuchuan now making it back. First time Falcons even misses completely the last chance qualifier.
And we're ready to go for game 1 of the series between All Gamers and T1, the winners match essentially of this Group A for the GSL group stage. And excited to see what comes up. I saw Soraka was one of the god options, I believe Thresh as well potentially. We'll have a confirmation there in just a bit. But all in all, Soraka, not the most impactful of the gods. I think generally one of the more boring ones, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, if you've seen the stats for Soraka, there were like community collected stats. She definitely has the worst AVP amongst all gods, and a huge reason is because of all the new boons that they've added are generally considered to be quite undertuned. I'm not sure why they gave Soraka a lot of the bad boons, basically. But when you ever see a Soraka and a Thresh, it's fun because I feel like this is one of those matchups where there is a bit more RNG in the gods because you will have a lot more Thresh selections.
I will say, I'll take it back a little bit, because in the closed qualifier for EMEA, Movistar Koi was facing Team Heretics in a game, in a game 2, or a decisive game basically, to see who would end up making it to the global qualifier and who would go to the main event. And Koi was in a terrible position HP wise, but they were scaling and they had a good spot to be able to come back into the game. Every single player on Koi on stage 4 picked the 12 HP boon from Soraka. And because of this, they demolished the lobby. They went, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, because they had the HP to come back and scale, and they won the series because of it. So there are some moments in 4v4 where Soraka can be very impactful.
Absolutely agree. If you have those situations where the enemy team is just running into each other over and over again and you can deal less damage, that sounds really, really good. We're going to be taking a look at the first augments. There are going to be gold ones. Zirya is considering going for trade sector. I don't think loot singularity is ever pickable in most cases. So just kind of deciding between 2 and 3 here for Zirya and seeing if he has that sort of open spot for a reroll.
It's a 2-star upgrade Milio for Li Tuchuan. I believe that probably is going to come from some kind of birthday reunion, for example. Some kind of upgraded. But make sure to armor to start off here for Ziwei. Not going to slam any items, I assume. And just playing towards more of an econ start with either Primordian or Timebreaker.
Yep, just going for kind of a standard combat start here. Sanyap is going to be the one with the calculated loss. This is, again, going back to T1's tricks. They really like manipulating the win-loss streak on stage 2 and then just kind of switching positions for the loss streakers into the win-out players. Now, taking a look at Li Tuchuan, it is going to be birthday reunion, just as you mentioned. It's a lot less common for Prize Fighter or Warpath in these situations. So, yep, he is going to get the better augment, I would say.
And for calc loss for this game, Zaya will be most likely an option, not just Quirky, as kind of a very stable level 8 4-cost line. It is the Serpent as the Stargazer, one of the better ones for Zaya, and definitely playable. There's an option that you can just calc loss instead of rolling for Quirky. If someone else on your team is a better spot, you can roll just for the full Zaya board as well. You're not punished for it.
We'll open up a little bit more different opportunities, I think, especially for the birthday reunion, like you mentioned. There's already Guinsu Slam in that case. And just taking a look at Crazy Moving here, not the most obvious or optimal of the Space Groove line. Space Groove, we are playing on the 17.3 patch, so it's still not at the maximum strength yet. We'll see how he decides to pilot this later on.
And his Arbiter will be every 4 seconds. All Arbiters gain 10 AP, so just not really looking to Leona Prince, not really looking to anything that is going to be for Leona specifically. It'll be more towards the LeBlanc and the Zoe.
And we do have a small HP lead forming on the side for all gamers here. Taking a look at SCSC, this is one of the better finds, I would say. He also has a sword ready, so in most instances this would be going for the Corki line. And indeed we do see the sort of meeple package being picked up on his bench here with the Fizz in waiting. I think this is a very, very strong position. He essentially already has like 1.5 items waiting to go. The Striker's Flail is there. The sword, the part half of the Deathblade is there as well. Very good start for him.
Makes me imagine Sangyam will be playing towards Zaya, as we mentioned. So it seems like 2 players from T1 are already pretty locked and loaded for the options they'll be going for. I think it's important TFT to have these clear paths, especially if you're playing for kind of lose streaking, where you can really start deciding already, you know, best items to get off of the anvils and just trying to min-max for that huge rolldown on level 8. And it would be, I think, ideal if SCSC can get to that core keyboard off of a win streak. Like, it would help with not having 2 players on T1 playing this 10 loss into the 4-cost stabilization.
This is what we were talking about. The Soraka boons are often underpowered on this patch, so a lot of people just trying to roll the dice with Thresh. And I have to say, these are the situations where games can really start running away. You can get the Ari boons, where it's just a solo pot of gold for you to delve into, and those can just swing the game very, very hard in 4v4. We'll see what everyone gets in this case. Just going to be a golden remover here, I think, on the side of SCSC.
Well, you say as if it's something that's not very important, but in 4v4, golden remover is worth its weight in gold. This gives complete flexibility around when to remove your item like the carries later in the game, especially if you're a player who has a lot of HP. I think it's less valuable if you're a player who's lose streaking. So for SCSC, it's actually a really good pickup, because if he manages to have a big win streak in stage 2 and 3, he can then sacrifice his HP for his teammates in stage 4 and 5, and that's a huge strategic advantage for T1.
Yeah, I was just looking at things from my solo queue, rose-tinted glasses, but you're absolutely right. The 4v4, Golden Remover might actually be the best one. It basically allows you to remove every single round and do very little damage to your teammates later into the game. You really start accumulating that HP advantage further on. So we'll be taking a look at what boons each of these players have. I suspect most of them did go for Thresh. If there is like extra gold for the Lost Streakers, it could be huge. We'll see if Weimu Luocho does run into Sanyap. That would also define if those Lost Streakers can continue to have a gold advantage, or if their streaks are going to be snapped here.
A very clear path towards trying to get the 5 loss. Sangyup does face Weimu Luocho. It will be a tie essentially, so the loss streak ends for both players, but more importantly for Sangyup, who was the real player trying to maximize his gold off the calc loss.
We are
close fight here for SCSC.
Yeah, with the Infinity Edge already built, this signals a very strong commitment over towards the Orgot and MF line. A line that we didn't get to see yesterday was a 3-cost line. And I'm really curious what Bintum does, because the thing about Bintum is, in this loss streak, win streak meta, he has technically always been the one on T1 to go for very outside the meta 2-cost rerolls. This is what he's known for. He played Nyla a lot when it was in 2024, and then he played another 2-cost reroll that was almost never seen before in 2025. So that just seems to kind of be his thing. We already have some of the setup for potentially a Bel'Veth Jinx. He has that MF pair if he wants to go for it as well.
I think Bintum's line of thinking is not so much centered around, hey, this comp is strong, I'm going to play this comp and I'm going to get a good result, and more around, hey, this is the role I have to fulfill on my team. I need to preserve HP in stage 3. I'm going to do so in the best way that I can from the current spot I have, but I might be doing some weird things if you're not, very knowledgeable about what kind of roles in 4v4 look like and what his goal has to be. So I agree with you in that sense. I think Bintum can be a little bit of an off-meta player in 4v4.
Yeah, he's very, very fun to watch, and he's also known as the main shot caller on the team. And we're seeing some shenanigans happen already. Building a Hodge, very, very rarely built item in this meta. So interesting to see where that is going for. Meanwhile, SCSC not removing everything, just trying to keep his board relatively strong for now.
We did see a lot of prio towards the Jinx reroll as a 2-cost reroll option to fulfill that role in 4v4 from Virtus Pro yesterday. So I wonder if Bintum tries to go down a similar path. Has obviously the makings of the MF reroll, so kind of the 1 cost higher of the same comp essentially, the Challenger reroll. But we'll see what Bintum decides on. Sangam does have 2 MFs on his bench, so maybe he should communicate that to Bintum before he starts rolling.
For sure. 3-2 Augment's going to be gold again. This is interesting from Ziyue. He does have... Oh, Invader Zed. And never mind about interesting. This is kind of even more fun. You already have the Shoujins completed. So this is
for signing up though.
Spot.
Who is the Calculaus player. And it's going to be... I mean, ideally you take Zed in a spot where you are win streaking. And you can make it to 9 naturally. I think it's difficult sometimes to commit to Zed when you're in this position, because sometimes just a Z1 is not enough to stabilize, and can't always find the best fit for him on a level 8 board, in my opinion.
Yeah, what it looks like is that the teams are trying to hard deny Achen. So we saw 4 misfortunes, actually a misfortune 2 built up on the side of Bintum's board. So a total of 5 misfortunes being denied away from Achen, which they think that he's kind of locked into this MF composition. And this is one of the things that T1 will commit very, very early on to. If they sense that you're going for a 3-cost reroll, they will relentlessly punish you for it. And what we've seen in their matchups against Flash rolls is sometimes they get the chair pulled. They think that they're going for that, and the opponent team doesn't actually commit to that reroll, and suddenly you've wasted a lot of gold in terms of just trying to deny. So we'll see where Achen does end up with that Challenger emblem. But if it is an MF lock, then of course he's going to be having a difficult time.
Ziyue very, very rich here, where the advanced loan is sitting at level 750 gold already. So we'll see what he ends up committing to. Holding some of the Vanguards and Zoe on the bench, interesting enough.
Yeah, it does seem like he's going for more of an AP line from what we've seen here. Just holding on to those units and just building very flexible items here. On the other side for Wei Mu Luoqiu, we're getting a better sense of where he might be going. It does seem like with the Voyagers and the Corki there, it is going to be a contest against Sanyup for him.
It's now very clear as well, with Xayah being kind of the de facto board, being around the Nova, the Aatrox, and Maokai. I mean, anytime you see a Last Whisper built, it's most likely not leaning into Xayah for the stage 4. So, as you mentioned, so especially I think the Voyager emblem just makes it very obvious towards Corki.
Divine Empathy at 66 and 33 HP, gain a random component. I feel like this is just... It's not bad in terms of like overall value. You do get 2 of them, but you do have to consider the tempo changes in 4v4. Do you have that situation where you can spike harder? I think it's better if you're on the Lost Streak side of things. Both Wei Mu and Sanya, I'm pretty close to getting double components. Ooh.
Cosmic Restart
build.
Into a Voyager +1 as well as 2 Space Crew emblems. Is it time, Clement? Are we gonna make it to the Promised Land?
I'll be honest, I can't even remember. How many Space Crew do you need for the Prismatic?
You need 10.
You need 10?
You have 8 naturally, right?
Yeah, I think it's 8 natural.
But I don't think we're making to level 10, if I'm
No.
gonna be completely honest.
It's fun to try. I mean, Space Group Riven in 4v4 probably still playable.
This is a very strong combo we're seeing here on the board for Li Tuchuan. He has picked up the Titanic Hydra. That's a rogue emblem, but he could potentially play this into Xayah. Xayah, of course, one of the best holders for Titanic Hydra overall. I wonder if that's a consideration. And someone from All Gamers, I think, has to play Xayah. It's Serpent. It's one of the premier spots or constellations to play Xayah from. And you can't allow someone like Sangyup, if he commits to that line, to play uncontested, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we're gonna find out if he starts picking up some of the Stargazer units, or maybe dabble into Samira as well, just to get that extra bit
And
of
even the
power for
birthday-
Ross.
The birthday reunion could fit into, like, the 5 could fit easily into the Xayah board as well, depending on what it is. You know, you can play different variations with Bard. You can play Blitzcrank, obviously, Jin. So it would be interesting to see.
Doesn't look like he's trying to pick anything up just yet, but these items definitely trend more towards Xayah. Maybe thinking that he can find these units quite easily in the roll down future down the road. Meanwhile, we're going to be taking a look at Sanyap here, going straight to level 8 into the big roll down. He has committed himself to Xayah, as you've mentioned, just judging by the items. Small flexibility, flex possibility for the Corki, but I think that's more of a denial hold. Ooh.
Not really too much on the roll down here from Sangyup, considering his HP. Only 4 free rolls left, sitting at 10 gold. Still just on a singular Xayah, no Nunus, a singular Tahm Kench. So still pretty far away from what we'd expect this board to look like on 4-1.
Yeah, and I do have to say that Xayah, in terms of stabilizing, has been considered to be much weaker compared to the Corki Meeple composition. So I'm feeling that he might need a bailout coming on 4-2. This is very interesting to see how much T1 will be willing to sack for their teammates. They can try to keep Sanyap alive for extended amounts of time. And they do have a golden remover on their team earlier on as well. So there is a chance that even with the low roll situation we're currently seeing with Sanyap, that they can still keep him alive for an extended period of time and for him to stabilize.
And the items do look pretty good, right? I mean, you have the red buff, you have the Kraken, you have the DB already for the Xayah, you have the Cascan, the adaptive for the eventual Nunu 2 as well. Serpent just really, really strong for Xayah, in my opinion, once you hit. Even just any 2-star tank, either Tahm Kench or Nunu, and the Xayah 2. Even if you don't hit Jin, even if you don't hit, you know, everything else on the board, I think that's already going to be enough to stabilize. Especially off of a strong 4-2 augment. I think there's quite a bit of combat augments that work quite well for Xayah.
Yeah, he definitely still has a chance, I think, even with the initial rolls not going his way. Another really interesting thing to pay attention to once we get back into game is where Achin is going to go. Because we do have Achin with the Challenger emblem, and we saw a lot of holds across the board for Misfortune. But I think Achin has a decent chance to go into the Brawler E line, which currently is pretty much uncontested unless Bintam goes there as well. So whether those two reroll lines that we saw from Bintam and Achin, if they pivot to Brawler E, I feel like they kind of go into an open lane. And that also kind of decides how much MF that T1 wants to hold. As we were talking about, Sanyap, currently low rolling, currently very low gold. If they bet on denying the MF and MF isn't the primary target, that could be kind of a fake out coming from all gamers.
And it's you really only have the information that you can scout, right? So if you see a player, I think it's even something that hasn't been explored enough in 4v4. You can purposely hold units on your bench that you are not planning on playing at all, just to psych out the opponent and have them scout you and say, oh, he's holding the trait bots for Xayah. He wants to play Xayah, maybe. He has items for it, but you're not really considering that at all. Someone else in your team is, or no one is, for example. I think there are a lot of mind games that you can implement in 4v4. And as you're mentioning, this fake out from Achan could be the case with the MF reroll just being a tempo game plan for stage 3.
Yeah, so there's a lot to pay attention to when we get back. And I do want to say, even though T1's kind of like targeting the opponent 8th place strategy has been a core of 4v4, it was kind of how they lost 2024 EWC as well. I still remember that series. I think I was casting with you, but they were going up against Lee Sao. They're holding 9 Cassidents across the board, and somehow Lee Sao still hit everything in just like 6 rolls. I feel like they had a Cassident free.
On like 3-6 before we even got to stage 4. But we're back to the future, no longer reminiscing about the past, and T1 is trying to yet again qualify to EWC to the main events here against all gamers. Stage 4, this is where everything really starts spiking in terms of board strength, in terms of, you know, the climax of this game.
Ziyue not able to find the Aurelian Soul 2, skipped out on the Tom Kench, was just a denial hold in the end, and we're going to be taking a look at Sanyap's board to see how many copies he was able to scrunch up. Does fully commit to the Misfortune, which I think at this point means that Achin is indeed going for the Misfortune reroll, or else Sanyap really should not have made that MF2. But otherwise, I feel like Sanyap is really not out in the clear just yet. We'll have to rely on that 4-2 augment.
Ooh, unfortunate positioning. Not quite enough to kill the Xayah. That could actually be very impactful. The Aesol Beam just barely moves off the Xayah before the kill comes through. Has a closer target, and in the end, it will be a loss. And a win for Sanyap, who does stabilize now on 24 HP.
We're going to be checking in on the top of the lobby right here. This is going to be a massive roll down from Li Tu-chuan. He's taking his sweet time, though. I think this is kind of interesting. This is probably a communication that he wants his teammates to filter out things from the pool before he starts his roll down. Wow.
Seeing the Corki 2 has been found. 4 Xayahs on the bench, but Xayah 2 was just hit by Sangyup, so the Xayahs are now being sold by Weiwen Lucho. It was a good effort, but not quite good enough to stop T1 from hitting their key upgrades. And no extra copies of Remis as well for Weiwen Lucho, unfortunately, so he's still a little bit far away from stabilizing the front line.
Ooh, and if we look at Achin's positioning, this is very far off from where he wants to be. He actually straight leveled to 8 after seeing all the denials. So, very interesting strategy, not really trying to commit, just trying to play full tempo.
Also, 2 Ramises on the shop, essentially locked here for Achin. I wonder if Weiwen Lucho was rolling while these 2 Ramises were here. That would be a pretty bad outcome in terms of the chances of hitting the upgrade.
Yeah, he could have sold the Rek'Sai and just kind of rolled them back into the pool, but hey, if your teammate is not rolling right now, it's no harm, no foul. And interesting thing about this Achin line is we have seen this from Jerusor as well. When you're playing Urgot MF, you don't always have to full commit. You can actually play this sort of a board and then still play the Master E package alongside with it, go straight level 9. That is a potential line if you're getting denied a little bit too hard.
SCSC also finds now that Corki 2 has a bit of a conundrum with the itemization. We're going to have the Striker's Flail on the Milio in the end. And also missing that Ramus upgrade. So both Corki players in a similar position. Cyber Implants, final augment pickup from SCSC. So a bit of combat power added to this board.
I'm kind of surprised he's not removing the items from Corki every single time he gets. He does have the golden remover, so... And whenever you have a teammate in your pool, you can kind of decide to get those items on later. There was 2 all gamers in his pool and one T1 member. So I guess the call was just that, oh, I'm not going to be, I should be the one surging ahead in this case. So no removers on his end. And now we see the final boon being offered.
Better together, not too impactful on the side of the Soraka boon. I have to imagine the randomness will be embraced across pretty much the entire lobby for all the god selections, so we will be seeing a lot of Thresh boons coming in later on.
Oh, actually everyone going for 6 HP. So I feel like this is kind of a party game scenario where if you see everyone on the opposing team going for additional HP, you're kind of forced to go into it as well, thinking that, oh, no, there's a chance that they just out-tempo us. If they have 24 additional HP across the board, then we probably have to match. So 8 Sorakas across the entire way.
And there are some Soraka boons, actually. I thought the first and second pick were pretty much all Thresh across the board, but it looks like some players will be having the Soraka boon as the final choice. And yeah, Bintum did end up trying to not fully commit, but play into Jinx a little bit. He does find the Jinx 3 last second, sells the MF, and adds her back in. And it's worked. Again, this comp does what it advertises. It wins Stage 3, it wins some of Stage 4, and you enter Stage 5 at a pretty healthy standard.
Yeah, we have seen it yesterday from, I think, one of the other APAC teams, and Virtus Pro, and it was always a top 4 whenever they played this composition. Now he is running into a lot of trouble into his teammate SCSC, building a very smart Thornmail, one of the better defensive items in this patch. But if he manages to, just stay around, get a scrapper score, then, you know, that's what Bintum is for. That's the way he's always played on his team.
Big upgrade here for Ziyue, finds the Asol 2. Really, really important. This is kind of an Asol hyper carry comp where he is really doing most or all of the work, really. Bintum also finds the Akali 3, so that's going to be a bit more of a power spike. And some really strong combat augments as well, right? Warlord's Honor, Mace's Will, and Best Friends. Triple combat, essentially, leveraging the fact that you don't really need that much econ to hit this board in the first place. And Bintum, I think, can get some sneaky wins here still in stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, the only problem with this composition is that it doesn't deal with main tanks very well. It has a great time in kind of finishing off the lesser targets. There's a lot of like split AoE between Akali and Jinx, but they will have issues against something like this Nunu on the front line. We'll see how well they're able to do against this main target, as this positioning from Ziyue is kind of a direct counter here. We saw the Akali go to the back line and just be lined up completely against this Aurelian Soul.
Would have loved to be on the opposite side here to potentially go onto the weak side and then wrap into the Asol. But yeah, Asol is one of the big problems for any kind of melee-centric comp where your units will wrap around the main tank and then they can potentially get bursted down for free.
Sanyap going for... he has 2 open items there, so probably wants to go for a 2 item and then gold. Li Tu-chuan, we're finally seeing the change here. He went for a straight level 9 with the birthday reunion. Didn't really spend any gold on level 8 here. And he still has a war chest filled with resources. 55 gold, multiple rerolls. Li Tu-chuan looking like the clear favorite to become the win-out player of this lobby.
I have to ask your opinion on something important, Clement. Is it just me? Or does birthday reunion give you Sona like 85% of the time?
I'm pretty sure it's just you.
Because I think Li Tu-chuan and me, we can start a group to recover from the fact that we always get Sona because he just immediately sold off the 5 cost and is now trying to pivot into a stronger variation of this Nova Flex board.
Yeah, I mean, given his items, you really want the Vex or the Graves kind of earlier on to come into your comp. But unlucky for Li Tu-chuan here. Does have to sell his birthday present. Not really as impactful. And I think that will be a loss against Weimu Luoqiu, his teammate here. Weimu Luoqiu does have less HP, so I think all gamers are okay with this exchange.
Some Reforge coming down as well. Shepherd Emblem not really the most interesting. Li Tu-chuan's going to have a dangerous turn. He was fairly healthy coming into this one, but now he can potentially be down to 2 lives in stage 5. And Sangyup as well also gets finally taken down a notch. He was on a win streak all of stage 4 once he stabilized on the Xayah board.
Yeah, he doesn't really have enough gold to go into another level. He should be okay here. I do expect him to make level 9 and then commit to the full roll down. But this is getting kind of dicey, right? Even if he does roll on 5-3, I think there's a pretty high chance he's going to be 1 life and facing Li Tu-chuan, who has a very strong board at the moment. So whether or not he can save HP on this round is going to be absolutely critical. It's the difference between 2 lives and 1 lives. SCSE though, great teammate, takes the items off the board.
And that's the magic of the Golden Remover picked up from the Thresh random boon all the way back in stage 2. Really impactful in 4v4 for this reason, this unlimited resource in terms of trying to sway a matchup or a fight in your favor if you're facing a teammate. And we're seeing here, the Xayah ward is still going to have kind of 1 more level to go. We haven't pushed 9 yet from Sangyup, and it's still missing the TK2 as well.
Yeah, critical round for him. If he goes level 9, I actually expect Siam's board to be then stronger than Ziyue and Achen's board. So even though he's very low on the standings, he could suddenly just shoot up. But right now he's already at 5th place, as Bintum and Crazy Moving are now more, you know, there's a lot of more pressure on them. Achen, who was heavily denied on the Misfortune, still has to scrounge up some power here. 14 HP on stage 5. He could just go out with 1 single hit.
Pure 2 was found though, that could be pretty impactful. It will be Sangyup up against Achen. Both of these players, Sangyup a little bit healthier, but still both players kind of on the lower side of the HP, so a very important fight here. Let's see what this Kindred can do up against the Xayah. The new news cast will be pretty impactful here. Does move onto the Kindred, no QSS to help out.
I do think this is Achin going out. That Nunu, as you mentioned, was basically getting 4 hits every time he casted. And indeed, Achin heavily denied, wasn't able to really go into the Master E later on, missing a primary carry, goes down in 8th place.
And Crazy moving, unsurprisingly, also in a dire position, had to make this a very odd assortment of emblems workouts. With this double space groove, trying to play around vertical space groove. Not the strongest combo in the meta for 17.3. Of course, buffs did come up later on 17.4 to Nami and to the 7th space groove in general, so you can tell that this trade was a little bit underloved on this patch.
Very critical round for T1. They have 3 members now in the bottom 3 of the lobby, and you also have Lee Tu-Chuan, who's pretty much guaranteed to win out. So for T1, they really want to get at least a 2-point advantage. It's very unlikely that they can go first place, so they need a 2-point advantage in the bottom 4 to kind of search for a 2-3 victory.
This is maybe one of the better matchup outcomes. I think it was clear Crazy Moving was going to die. He had the weakest board in the lobby, so it's good that he faced off at least against the strongest of the All Gamers players. But Bintum, unfortunately, still also loses to his own teammate Sang Yup, and that's 2 T1 players going down in this round.
Yeah, and what that means is T1 at best will only tie in the bottom. So they still have this open question that who can contest Lee Tu-Chuan on the Fast 9 composition, and if I'm honest, I don't really see a composition that can do that. You know, SCSC is playing the Corki composition, and I feel like that composition is hard capped at level 8. Going level 9 doesn't really bring that much additional combat power. So even though that T1 can still claw back a couple of placements, they won't get blown out necessarily. I think Zira probably has the weakest board out of the remaining players. It looks very unlikely that they can find a win.
We'll see this matchup here between Ziwei and his teammate, but it will be Sang Yup up against SCSC as well, so teammates battling all the way through. I do think Sang Yup has a higher cap with the Zaya board, especially if you make it like a Blitz 2, has a Blitz on the bench right now. Is going to get a win here against SCSC. It's not going to be a killer win. SCSC is still very much alive. We can't have 3 players from T1 in the bottom 4, or else the match is instantly over, and the Game 1 victory goes to All Gamers.
So they will have to see who is able to face up against Wei Mu Luoqiu. SCSC also needs to find some upgrades, especially on the Riven, to continue his journey here. Goes for the rolls early on the PvE round, doesn't find anything, and I think he's been heavily targeted by Wei Mu Luoqiu and Zira to just deny that Riven. That is his primary carry going on, his only point of making his board stronger.
And now both Corki players in the 4th and 5th place position. A lot of extra HP going towards Wei Mu Luoqiu. So even if both players lose, most likely SCSC will occupy that 5th place position. I think SCSC, he has to win this next round. The Riven 2 upgrade is pretty big here. Can play a Graves too if he wants it, but it's not scaled at all, so maybe not the most attractive option, unfortunately.
Yeah, that would look like a very fun shop to kind of pick up into. He does have the Golden Remover, so I do expect him to kind of shift items over towards the Riven. Going to find another tank item here.
I wonder if it's the TG on Riven and you move the Hodge over to Milio even.
Yeah, I'm not sure about spreading the Cybernetics. I feel like concentrating items on Riven is still pretty important. Is going to go up against Zira. Does look like his tank line is a lot better.
Yeah, it's both Corki players facing off, so it's SCSC versus Wei Mu Luoqiu. And this is going to be a win for SCSC. A pretty big win here as well. Wei Mu Luoqiu going down, it looks like. They get a loss. Sang Yup has to win as well. I think Sang Yup is the player to win out for T1 if there's any consideration. So for now, T1 does stay alive. SCSC confirms at least a 4th place position. Sang Yup, more importantly, finds the Blitz 2 I was talking about. This is what needed to happen for Sang Yup to have a real chance to come out ahead and be the victor in this lobby and save T1.
He also does get the Jin 2 as well, which is huge for his upgrade. He was playing a Samira 2 earlier. That gives you the sort of armor penetration against the enemy line. And a big reason that this line on level 9 still has a chance against the Fast 9 compositions is they typically have a better tank line in these cases. So this is going to be the deciding match, essentially. Lee Tu-Chuan versus Sang Yup. Whoever gets first place will take this match.
And it's not maybe the final chance to see who's stronger because there is still a few upgrades missing for Litutron. The Vex, more importantly, we're seeing not yet upgraded, being held here by Sangyeop, but it's going to be a good decider and a good taste of what is to come in terms of who can win out this lobby. If Sangyeop can win here, that is a pretty good sign that T1 has a chance. For now, though, it's looking pretty close. The Tomcat just passed one final time. Fiora's still alive, though, and if it's a 1v1, Fiora's going to win those every single time. So it looks like T1 does not have quite enough juice to face this Fast 9 board.
Yeah, that was a very close match, but you have to say that I feel like Sangyeop's board is completely capped at that point. It's Jin 2, Blitzcrank 2, and Litutron still doesn't have a Vex 2. So if that Vex 2 is found, you have to think that Litutron is just going to walk away with the game quite easily.
I wonder if any kind of specific blitz positioning or third item could be impactful in terms of deciding the matchup. There's no more removers left, and Vex 2 has been found by Litutron. That should be the final nail in the coffin for T1 in this game. Signing up for now, facing off now against Yue, trying to stay alive against this Acel. The Acel going to waste a lot of its cast on the blitz, and he'll regenerate. If Nunu gets pretty good stuns here, that can be very impactful as well.
Yeah, you do have to assume that Sangyeop's board should be able to take this one down quite easily. He's getting some very, very good rolls, and already the Xayah hitting into the backline quite hard. Aurelion Soul dies. That's going to be a 7-unit win on his part. It pretty much is just onto Sangyeop, and I feel like at this point, he might have to consider the only win condition is going for something crazy, like a Xayah 3, just out of nowhere. He is starting to roll now, just to see if he can hit that potential have a sign on going for some of these forecasts, but nothing has shown up so far.
Does it the Ross 2, which is more impactful than you would think in the way that Ross works, and how impactful he is on any board really when it comes to stage 6. We'll see if that'll be enough. The Blitzcrank does find a Shojin as a final augment item as well, so maybe that could be impactful in terms of getting that second or third cast off with a Blitzcrank. But the Nunu stuns, very important here as well. There is no mitigation to that snowball effect onto the Xayah, onto the Jin. He has now separated his carries to try and mitigate some of that damage, or that stun from the Nunu.
Oh, Edge of Night actually procs super early onto the Fiora. The Fiora goes down, was stuck on the Nunu in a bad position, and that might be the difference maker.
Tomcat still looking fairly healthy for Sangyeop. Gonna be a pretty close fight here, but it looks like the Xayah is still scaling. The Vex is healing with the Gunblade, though. Not quite enough. Round 1 of this fight goes to Sangyeop. There's still going to be at least 2 more fights that Sangyeop has to win. Considering that Litutron is at 22 HP. Some extra scaling coming out for Litutron from the Tahm Kench. Some extra resources. I'm not sure if we'll have time to make it to 10. I think you're just a little bit too far away, even with a TK gold.
Yeah, I still think we're going to have to a stage 7 fight going into this one, but even with the additional gold, level 10 might be quite difficult. He is still, however, saving up the Jin if that becomes a possibility. Looking across the just the TGs this time around, I feel like Litutron has hit some pretty good rolls. It's about protecting his Fiora. As long as his Fiora isn't in the same position between the crossfire of the Jin and Xayah, he will have a much better chance. And indeed, the first time the Jin ult goes down, this time the Fiora does not get the Edge of Night proc, is able to heal up, and I think that might be lights out for T1.
I love this from the Blitz as well, throwing the Tahm Kench as far away as possible, giving more sniper value to the Xayah, who would be stuck on the main tag instead, but it's not even close this time around. The Fiora moves into Xayah. It's a very, very excessive win there from Litutron, and Sangyeop goes down. A valiant effort, but not quite enough for T1. I think players like Bintum didn't quite fulfill their role, ended up bleeding out to a bottom 4 position.
Yeah, I feel like they did their job in terms of setting Acha into 8th place. They did held the misfortunes, but at the end, it was at the price of Bintum just going 7th place as well. So that wasn't a big enough win on their part. And thinking about that matchup, they also didn't have a very clear win-out player. I feel like we kind of knew very early on from Stage 5 that Litutron was likely to run away with it, so they probably needed some crazy shenanigans at the top to win. Unfortunately for them, Xayah just didn't cap high enough for that to happen.
Shout out to ZU as well, right? This Acel board that didn't look too crazy, no insane emblems, propelling it forward or anything. Still managed a very comfortable top 3 and still managed to save a lot of HP for all gamers as a whole. So it looks like some players definitely, I think, had their hand in terms of the results of this match, like Detroit in particular. We saw him on stage 4. He just had so much gold to work with. We were wondering when he was going to roll down. In the end, he didn't really roll down at all. He was waiting to go Fast 9 instead and play for that win out.
I'm going to say something that's crazy, but I feel like Crazy moving might needed to go for the 10 group. He wasn't grooving hard enough in this game. He settled for the Riven composition, which I felt like was kind of bad because they contested carries and it just delayed the Riven on SCSC for so long. And they also needed a win out. So if there ever was a groove angle, that game probably was it.
We'll add 10 space group to our wish list, courtesy of Clement, but we'll find out if that'll be the case or not after this very quick break. We'll be back with Game 2 between T1 and All Gamers.
Body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone, to the road to EWC Global Qualifiers. We're joining in now for Game 2 between All Gamers and T1. All Gamers had a pretty decisive Game 1 win thanks to Lee Chuan's Fast 9 game plan that was unstoppable, really. Sangyeop tried his best on the Xayah board, but could not quite match that cap.
It was a tiebreaker win for All Gamers, but it really wasn't that close because of how far ahead Lee Chuan was. He was going for the Fast 9 composition with Birthday Reunion, and because there were two very big loss streakers at the start, he didn't take much damage. He didn't need to roll on stage 4 whatsoever. Getting to level 9 was absolutely trivial, and as we've seen in a lot of these 4v4 matches, if you have an open Fast 9 line, it's usually completely uncontested, and you can run away with the match.
Also had the Mace's Will plus a Kali giving everyone precision, just a pretty strong combat overall to cap out the extra Econ he got for Birthday Reunion. Even though the 5 cost he got, Sona, was not relevant, he still made it work and still managed to hit the full cap for the board. So we'll see what changes in terms of the encounter, in terms of the God Offerings for this Game 2. I think the game plan was pretty clear from T1. It's been kind of their standard game plan across the history of the Oregon 4v4, with a lot of players stabilizing on the 4 cost on level 8, but also at least one player, in this case Bintum, playing for a very heavy reroll and playing very high tempo across stage 2 and 3.
Yep, then into Game 2 we go. We didn't catch the start of the encounters. Checking in with Weimu Luocho here, holding on to the Gragas pair. I think Weimu Luocho is a name that should be more well known in the TFT community. Even though he does come from the mobile circuit, he was one of the fastest challenger on CN this set as well. And he's been making a name for himself for potentially the most dangerous player outside of Han Xing to come from the mobile part of TFT.
Important check at the start of the game for all of our Xayah lovers. I have good news for you yet again. The Serpent is our constellation, so Xayah is very much on the menu, and it is a way to mitigate some of the focus on Corki, for example, in terms of the AD Fast 8 boards. And we also have Yasuo and Echo as our God Offering. So Yasuo, I think, pretty impactful towards these mega tanks in terms of the cryogenic hex, and also the stun hex very impactful with Jin, for example. And for Echo, I think Loose Streak will definitely be a little bit more interesting in terms of players being able to get some stage 2 boons that help towards Loose Streak.
Absolutely. Just, I think one of the two more high caliber gods that you could be selecting from. As we've seen in the past, Yasuo really has the best sort of win rate across the board. Heavy as the Crown is a very interesting option in 4v4, but SCSE is going to skip over that one, just going to go for additional items. Does have a pretty decent AP start on hand. We'll see what the first replication will be, and it is going to be more frontline juice.
I like this for now, not too committal. I think the chain allows you to play into anything, really, just off of building Bramble, which is a pretty premier tank item in the game right now, and be able to, if you're playing into AD, cross off the Rod or the Tier by building Vow or Crown Guard, so still staying quite open despite his bench and his board looking more AP-oriented.
This is a very fun selection coming in from Sangyeop. Gonna get the overpowered Meepsy. I love this composition. It's really fun to just watch the Meepsy jump in and start smashing down your entire board. I feel like this looks a lot like Brock coming in from set 16 as well. And it also opens up a lot of strategies. I feel like with T1 having a good 2-cost anchor, there is a chance for other members to kind of build on top of that and go for other 2-cost reroll compositions, make this more about tempo than just who is getting the better win out spot.
I have a story time for you with this Meepsy hero augment. One of the players on Movistar Koi, Odessa, at some point in the open qualifiers, he had a spot to play it. And in Spanish, when you reroll a unit, you just call it Super Meepsy. That means you're playing Meepsy 3, essentially. And all he said with the team comms was, I have a Super Meepsy spot. I'm going Super Meepsy. And his entire team was just stun locked in terms of what his game plan was and when he was committing to that. And now it's a meme in the Spanish community, basically.
Super Meepsy. All right.
So now
I'll try to say that
every time I see this
I'm
augment, I just laugh internally. It's just too much.
It is called the Big Bang, and I feel like even in solo queue a couple patches ago, it was very, very strong. Got hard nerfed a little too easy to execute. But in 4v4, I feel like a very strong win out position gives you clear direction, gives you tempo. On the other hand, for crazy moving, this is one of those spots that is very good on the live patch, but unfortunately we are playing on the old patch. Not so good. The sniper emblem, generally considered the worst role that you can find.
It's okay considering that Xayah is a playable comp on this patch. It's not a great emblem, obviously, but it makes it a little bit easier to play into something that makes some sense, and you get some extra value on the Xayah itself.
In the meantime, Achin with Legion of Threes is going to be playing into the Psionic line. Seeing that he does have the sword already, most likely going to be some form of a brawler composition.
And Soraka's Miracle as the Divine Artifact picked up from the US, still fairly generic in terms of just good on a lot of tanks. Was very good on Jax, obviously, when he was the beast that he was on the reroll patch that we had, 17.2. We'll see what directions you want to focus on, not too critical for now.
In 4v4, where the comp caps are a little bit lower, you do have the chance to just stick it onto the Mighty Mech 2-star and play that composition, so it does open up a couple lines for you. In general, it has the best synergy with a unit like Tahm Kench that gets additional shielding based on how much he's healed throughout the round. We are going to go into our first balloon selection here. It is going to be Cosmic and Artifact. I think overall, Cosmic gives you a lot more steady power, while if your spot isn't as clear, maybe you want to risk it for the Artifacts.
If you're defending a win streak, obviously you can't really pick the Artifact because that means you're just not getting any value from your God Boon in Stage 2 and Stage 3, and you're going to lose that win streak. I think this is more for lose streak players who say, hey, I'm losing anyway, I might as well, especially if you're playing into a comp that can enable a ton of different types of artifacts. I think that's especially interesting, the Echo Boon. But the Cosmic Hex for someone like Bintum, who is printing Leonas at a pretty consistent pace and knows he can play around this one cost in terms of being his main tank for the entire game, going to be very interesting to pick up the Cosmic Hex.
With Prize Fighter and a good start, I feel like he can angle for an AP Fast 9 board if he does get there. As you mentioned, printing Leonas. If you get the Leona 3 with Cosmic, we've seen this a lot of times in 4v4, a very strong win-out position. Unfortunately for T1, they will have to lose one of their streaks here. I think they would prefer Bintum to continue winning, but it's pretty hard to control that.
I would actually expect it'd be more important on signing up, to be honest. I think this Meepsy line can have issues in terms of Meepsy is a unit that's held quite often as a trade bot for Corki, and I guess a little bit less for AP Flex on this patch, but you really have to win the early game because there isn't a guarantee you're going to have a smooth sailing in Stage 4 and 5.
Oh, interesting. You're saying that the rest of the composition might be rounded out with Corki and...
No, I mean the Meepsy can be held by Corki players, so if you fall behind on tempo and you hit late, I think there is issues with this hero augment not really living up to expectations in Stage 4 and 5. You can easily lead out, I would say. Whereas a Leona, you're hitting Leona 3 no matter what. You're going to have a way to push 8. I think you're going to have a much more stable late game for Bintum.
Makes sense, makes sense. CSC here is going to remove his units just to make himself a little bit weaker. Wants to control that full loss streak. And we'll get that against his teammate Crazy Moving, who's already into the Xayah line, as you've mentioned. Oh, Zero.
Also playable with the Serpent, of course. I think Xayah is maybe a bit more of a premier line, but it is an option for Lulu. One of the 3 Spark Ages that I think are best for Lulu. So is an option. We saw yesterday, if I remember correctly, Milo winning the series essentially for his team for Virtus Pro against Studus off of that Lulu.
Yeah, did have a mountain setup on Milo yesterday. I feel like the Serpent does give you a little bit more oomph. It is the mana shred one. So if you can just keep your front line alive long enough, then it does a tremendous amount of damage the later that composition does scale with. And I feel like Lulu in this composition, because you're going for the Pantheon and the Jax too, you can kind of play off of Sanyap's Meepsy. So we'll see how those two players decide when to roll. It's very interesting to see this combat between rerollers. If you are the second one to roll, you actually get a huge boon by the other person taking units outside of the pool.
And Zuya pretty much locked into AP here. Triple Rod are his item offerings here. He can go for the Rabadons, he can go for the Crown Guard, or maybe just the, I think the Stone Plate makes a little bit more sense with the Cosmic Hex and Straka's Miracle onto this Jax, especially if you're able to play for Jax 3.
Yep, already built onto the Death Cap, but just waiting to see what members he runs into before slamming. SCSC here also just sort of committing to some form of an AP Fast 9 line, so he will be basically contesting with Bintum. We'll see how they pivot this and if they can find some better ways to alternate their spikes. You know, you don't really want two players that are on very similar lines going into a roll down against each other on 4-2. You'd much rather them find some good econ augments where maybe one of them can coast to level 9 rather than having that contest amongst yourselves.
You might be playing Cholisandro now. Has a level to 5. Hasn't rolled too much deeper though, sitting at 40. So maybe just waiting for his augment to see if it's a consideration he can go for. Has a lot of items already in the Cho'Gath, has a Cosmic Hex as well, so there is some benefits to playing on this line, but not too many natural copies. Big grab bag, finds a Cho2, has the Nashers. I mean, it's getting a little bit more attractive, but you're still just so far behind in copy. Looks like he is rolling here though, so he's committing.
Yeah, this does feel a bit forced.
As long as he can hit by the end of stage 3, I think Lissandra is a comp that is surprising how strong it can be in stage 4 with just your 3 stars and even before you push levels.
He is committed to the line, so he pretty much has to roll regardless. It's just when you're playing a 1-cost reroll, having to lose stage 2 and stage 3, definitely not the most ideal situation. However, he is going to get some reprieve here with Li Tu-Chuan going on to just a small Anima cash out. Probably not a full committal either for Li Tu-Chuan. I think this is what we've seen a lot in 4v4, where you just repeatedly get the 100 cash out.
And some more time being bought, at least for SCSC. Bintum takes another loss here as well. Picked up Magic Roll as a second augment. Heroic grab bag for ZUS, so I think heralding where he's going with his game plan. And already sitting on 4 Lulus. There's, I think, 2 schools of thought here. He can play for just a Lulu 3 and kind of push levels quickly to 7 and use it duplicated early if he finds a few more extra copies of Lulu and hope the 2-star for line is enough by just pushing levels, adding Ross, etc. Or he can try and go for the max cap and go for, you know, as many 3-stars as possible.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of players, even though their main carry is going to be Lulu, they do like to roll on level 6. Make sure they get their Jax and Pantheon online. Those are kind of the 2 core units for this composition. And taking a look at Sanyap right here, he basically hasn't rolled that much either. Just 1 additional meeps he found. So I think we were talking about the reroll battle. Both of these players just trying to maintain their tempo without rolling too deep. It's kind of a blinking contest to see who has to roll before the other.
Picked up a Spatula as well in his 3-2 augment. I wonder if he is just thinking about a Voyager +1 to add a little bit of extra oomph to this Meepsy, or if there's another kind of more complex game plan behind the Spatula pickup.
20% extra attack speed being offered on the side of Echo here. Haven't checked out which boon Yasuo is offering, but it seems like everyone is gravitating there.
Acceleration Hex, 30% extra attack speed, so really good for Xayah, as we talked about earlier. I think stage 4 in particular, that Xayah board will look just so much better with the base attack speed being added onto the Xayah.
Yeah, it does feel a bit like a no-brainer comparing the 2 boons being offered there. Unless you really want to get onto the Echo path. We do have Achen now rolling down for his psionic units.
It looks like Achen is just pretty open to playing this MF reroll, at least, you know, signaling that he's going down this line yet again. Finds the MF2. Very deep roll down here for Achen.
Yeah, I think he's contemplating about the situation on his team. He's coming off a big loss streak, so he's probably forced into committing here and trying to change the tide of battle, make sure he gets onto the win streak situation. Unfortunately, though, that was a fairly deep roll down. He really needed just the Urgot 2 and the MF 2, but didn't find the MF until he was at 5 gold. So for Achin, I feel like a little bit tight.
I think he also wanted to be a player that could actively roll down at some point in stage 3 to hold Mapesy copies, to make signing up's life maybe a little bit more difficult. So just a few different strategic reasons why Achin wanted to opt for a deep roll down there.
And Sanyup on the precipice of getting a 10-win streak going into stage 4. Again, a lot of the Meepsies are being denied by other players. He's sitting on 4 copies, and interestingly enough, he's actually poured a lot of the gold into just straight leveling. I didn't see that coming out from him that early.
I need to send Odessa a screenshot of Sanyup's spot. He would be very proud. This is definitely a super Meepsy spot. If you've ever seen it. A 9-win streak, a very good call from Sanyup to play. His hero augment, having the 2-star copy pretty much off of the selection there, allowed him to really save a lot of HP for his team coming into stage 4. Looks like it will be a win here. Cho'Gath is big, but not quite big enough to take over fights all by himself.
SCSE going to fall down to 51 HP, and this is a big round for Li Tuchuan here. We'll see his loss streak situation. He did get his loss streak snapped earlier on, so not as much econ as potentially he might have liked.
Wit's End is going to be his artifact from the Echo boon we had all the way back in stage 2. Not sure if there's any more players who actually picked the artifact choice, and we can see what their choice, what the resolution is to that randomness. But Wit's End's not the easiest to make use of in this kind of AP flex setup. Riven is one of the better holders. Phase as well, of course.
He also did low roll on the item that he got from the cash out, so he didn't go for the 100-100. He actually went for the 300, and that's a huge problem sometimes, is you get one of those, just Briar items. Getting the Briar Slicer, very difficult to use.
Overall, all gamers, they seem pretty high on this Acel comp as a way to just stabilize on level 8. Second game in a row now we see a player with a lot of options, a lot of gold, and committing to Acel above other comps.
Yeah, very strong stabilization on this patch for going for a fast 8 type of scenario, especially if you can't play with Corki. This is probably the second best situation you can find yourself in. He is going up against Bintum, but did not get the Sona command on in time, so we'll be missing one item. Doesn't seem like he's going to be able to stabilize this round. Oh, as I say that, Wit's End might be keeping this Acel alive.
And Bintum very clearly wants to be playing Acel as well on his board. Just his itemization decisions we saw there were just for full burst damage that the Acel loves, and quite the opposite for LeBlanc. So the 4th Acel being held here from all gamers, pretty important in terms of trying to deny Bintum his easy routes to level 9. Crazy moving, the Xayah roll down. Cho'Gath 3 is found for SCSC as well. So some big spikes coming through now on 4-2. This is kind of one of the climax rounds in TFT, so it's not too surprising, Clement.
Yeah, we're taking a look across the board. Weimu Luoqiu here falling pretty far behind in the Xayah matchup. I believe there was already a Xayah 2 on the other side. Achin very close to that MF3 if he wants it. At least 6 copies here as well. And then Bintum stabilizing after the 4-2 roll down, getting onto the LeBlanc 2. I think he's getting saved a little by the acceleration hex. Didn't really have the Guinsu.
Maybe that's part of the idea why this itemization is not so bad, because you have a lot of the base attacks already from Yasuo Hex. But I can't imagine he was aiming to play just the LeBlanc carry with Leona over the Acel with these items.
Agreed. I feel like this is more of a bailout situation.
The Arbiter itself is just printing you Leonas, but it's not giving you any extra combat strength to play 3 Arbiter for LeBlanc herself after you've already hit the Leona, so...
Oh, taking a look at the roll down here for Samyup, still holding on to all the Lulu copies and Achen. He does have a lot of HP, so he's willing to sack stage 4, go slower, and just make sure that the other rerollers are not going to have such a smooth time. He's also very far away from his Meepsies. He's 2 copies off, but honestly, those 2 copies are going to be hard to come by with how many AP lines there are in the lobby.
Does have the duplicators to help him with those last few copies, but the reroll showdown comes through here, Ziwei, on that Lulu reroll versus Sangyup. And still, we're looking fairly far away from the Lulu. Also going to be some duplicators in favor of Ziwei, so he had a chance to spike a little bit earlier and artificially if you want to go for just a Lulu. But the Meepsy onto the Lulu now, onto the back line. Interesting build here, no JG, just going more for just attack speed, which I think is pretty important for Meepsy as a whole. And this should be a fight win for Sangyup. Unless Jax is just...
Jax actually...
kick at Chad, but I think even Jax has his limits, especially on this new patch.
I was getting worried right there. The Jax was looking a little bit too dominant in that scenario.
We've seen things earlier in the set.
Yeah, I'm glad Jax is actually getting nerfed again.
Storm Hex pretty impactful here for all of our players, or some units that really make pretty crazy use of this utility Hex in terms of Jin, Zoe, for example. They apply it really, really well.
We have 8 Exile players. Well done. I feel like Yasuo is pretty much considered like the tier 1 of gods. And no one is willing to give Echo a chance right here. Choosing to play for tempo. Crazy moving. Also being stuck on Xayah 1. So actually AG and T1. Oh, as I say that.
Clement, bless the player, classic Clement, and crazy moving his Xayah 2. This should be a pretty formidable board now. The itemization is not ideal. I think the Gunblade you would like to switch out for another Kraken and a Giant Slayer. And Wimulichua just looks to have a pretty nice setup with the Echo Boon pickup into now the Fishbones onto the Xayah. A lot of base stats.
Yeah, Fishbone's definitely a better pickup compared to the Dawn core, but unfortunately his front line is all 1-star. His backline core carry in the Xayah is also missing. I have to give this one to Crazy Moving. He has 28 HP, but will be moving up the standings.
And the Xayah, I mean, yeah, all the upgrades are missing still for Wimulichua, unfortunately, just 1-star on the Nunu, the TK, and the Xayah as well. Chen on the MF board is bleeding out a 3-loss streak now. Only 6 copies of MF. No duplicators to help him out here as well. This might have to be the deep roll down. Has to sacrifice some of his bench slots. Might have to sell some Meepsies in the process. But I think this is the point where he has to stabilize, right? 25 HP.
Yeah, totally agree. It's just about when he decides to pull the trigger on the Meepsies. I feel like 2 costs are very difficult to deny. And sign up, honestly, is only 2 copies away. Stabilizing for himself is probably more important at this point. But he will make the PvE round, so I think holding on for now, fine decision.
Facing off against Bintim, who just hit a Zoe 2. Can help add a little bit of extra DPS to the board with LeBlanc. Electrocharge should also do quite a bit of work with this Leona, buying so much time, getting a lot of extra damage on the board that way. LeBlanc now onto the MF, pretty important. But I mean, it's a pretty lopsided fight here in the first place. Bintim. A pretty clean win.
Yeah, the rerollers are very congested at this point. No one has fully hit. We'll see Achen if he decides to roll here. Okay, I think the better sequence is Achen should roll quickly and then have... Zirya should roll quickly and then have Achen roll. So that way they get the most efficiency out of the pool. Are going for it. 1 copy off of the MF. I don't think you can hold on to the Meepsies. You're 12 HP, Achen.
He's waiting. He's waiting to the last 5 seconds. And Sangyup's like, "You want to hold my Meepsies? All right, buddy. I'm gonna duplicate these MF real quick." And it was the Corki board in the end. We haven't talked about this, but Sangyup did end up moving towards having this Meepsy hero augment just play into Corki and play 7 Meeple, which is interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if he's blocking Li Tu-chuan. I forget what Li Tu-chuan is playing. Finally, the Meepsies are sold. But he's also sold his front line.
The
I'm
Orns.
actually...
Yep.
Yeah.
Gave up on everything. Just trying to win this last fight. And now Sangyup will get his sweet revenge facing off against Ah-Cheng. We'll see if Sangyup is able actually to win this fight, considering that he is still missing the 3-star upgrade on his Meepsy.
I have to say, I feel like holding on to the Meepsies that long was likely a bad mistake here because honestly, Sangyup can print his own copies. So losing that much interest to deny Sangyup, I'm not sure it's worth it, especially when you consider he has so much HP. He's 50 HP going into stage 5.
Oh, MF3 was hit. It does slow down Sangyup quite a bit though. And as long as Ah-Cheng can not go 8th tier, or I mean, I guess Lee Tuchuan's also on the lower end, it could be a little bit risky. But Lee Tuchuan's gone 9. I think he should be playing towards a higher cap. Should be bouncing back down stage 5.
Still not enough of a front line coming in from Lee Tuchuan. We see the other all-gamer members just taking off their items on their main carries to keep their to absorb a loss. Lee Tuchuan going to go up against Weimu Luocho. Weimu Luocho also very, very precarious in his positioning. Still not able to hit that Xayah 2. Should be a Lee Tuchuan win.
This will be 2 lives no matter what. I think no matter how clean the losses are here from Luocho, who's on 19 HP. ZU at 71 is really the saving force for this all-gamer squad because everyone else is just very low on HP. It's going to be hard to find the results they need to win this game too, I think. Maybe not though. I mean, look at the gap between ZUA and Crazy Moving. There's like a 40-something HP gap.
I think T1 should be able to take this one rather comfortably. We aren't getting a lot of strong units out of Weimu Luocho. The best hope for all gamers is just for Lee Tuchuan to be able to hit his front line and see if they can go 1-2. I feel like Weimu's likely going out. Yeah.
Big roll on turn for Sangyup up there as well. Hits a lot of his board.
There is a little bit more
battle.
combat augment, but I still feel that Xayah 2 should be able to clear this.
Just unfortunate that Weimu Luocho was not able to hit his key unit throughout all of stage 4, now all of stage 5 as well. Copies were being held on either side from T1. It is going to be a closer fight than we anticipated. Maybe the front line is just going to buy enough time here, actually. And the Fishbones could potentially access the Xayah and the Jin a little bit earlier. So it will be a fight win for Weimu Luocho. This is kind of the lifeline that All Gamers was hoping to find. Sangyup down to 2 HP now, despite hitting the Meepsy 3.
Wow. I'm very surprised that Weimu Luocho was able to take that one out. Of course, he has a lot of armor and resistance from his combat augment, but going 1-star against 2-star, that was a very unexpected win. Now, it's all down to Sangyup to see if he can force AG into a 1-2 position. If Sangyup is able to survive over Weimu Luocho, then that means that Lee Tuchuan and Zero both have to go the top of their lobbies.
We'll see who's matching up against Sangyup here. It is going to be Bintum, and both of these players are on 1 life. So one of these 2 T1 players will be going out in the bottom 4 after this round concludes. We'll have to see if Lee Tuchuan and Weimu Luocho also go down, and who takes the bigger loss is the big question.
Yeah, it would actually be better for Bintum to absorb the loss. But it looks like... Oh, he's already sniped out the backline carry.
Maybe one more cast from Meepsy, but no, it's not going to be the case. A pretty decisive win here from Bintum. Sends Sangyup in a guaranteed 7th place position. Weimu Luocho wins that round as well. SCSC loses, Crazy Moving loses, and all gamers have won their fights. So all of a sudden, it is looking fairly good for all gamers.
Yeah,
Xayah 2 as well, finally.
Bintum going out because he was holding on to 2 Xayahs means that Weimu Luocho suddenly is able to be much, much stronger than anticipated. He's only on the Tom Kench tank, not the favored Nunu one. But he has a chance to take out SCSC or Crazy Moving at this point, so all of a sudden the fights are incredibly close.
Still, anything can happen. Everyone's on one life except for ZUA, of course. So if there's 3 players from All Gamers in the bottom 4, that would be the end of the round already. Despite the HP lead from ZUA, it will be Weimulo Troll against SCSC. T1 versus All Gamers, a pivotal matchup here between the Cho'Gath Lissandra board and this now finally Xayah 2 with the Fishbones, not really sneaking any damage onto the backhand just yet. The Cho'Gath is hanging on for a long time, just very hard for that Xayah to take down. But finally, the feathers come through. SCSC is taken down. Bintum is taken down. Everyone from T1 is taken down. All Gamers 1-2-3, a decisive Game 2 win.
Wow, that was such a close game for a long time. If Weimu Luoqiu fell down, that means that T1 could just win the game if they had someone that was going second. But instead, they're all knocked out in successive rounds. Zirya able to fit his entire board right there. Unfortunately for T1 that they had that sort of team kill situation earlier. And I just feel like this also came down a lot to the Echo luck. Just having Weimu Luoqiu on the Fishbones was such a huge boon compared to some of these other artifacts that didn't really impact the boards.
Also, just the game plans. I mentioned it with Sangyup. I think this Meepsy hero augment, even we saw with a 10 win streak, it wasn't enough to do better than a 7th because it can be targeted. If you don't hit the Meepsy 3 early, it's just hard to pull it off, and it ended up being a 7th place in the end for Sangyup, who was a player who his role on this team was to preserve a lot of HP and hopefully trade some of that HP away in stage 4 and 5, and that wasn't the case.
So unfortunately for T1, this does mean that they will be moving into the lower bracket. They're not out just yet, but they are that much closer. We will be looking into the lower bracket as our next matchup, and it's just so surprising to see T1 into this position. I felt like their game plans were actually quite, were really strong throughout the tournaments coming here, but in this match specifically, I feel like the 2 rerollers didn't actually impact the game that much, The Cho'Gath Lissandra reroll was coming in from a very low roll situation. There wasn't a lot of tempo being generated by a 1-cost reroll. You really need those to kind of win stage 3 to have an impact. And also, as you mentioned, Sangyup with the Meeple board also just kind of falling apart later into the game, not able to really do that much.
Mm-hmm. That will be All Gamers advancing from the group stage as the 2 victory winner, and they're basically going to be 1 series away from making it to the main event. That will be on tomorrow, on Sunday. But as you mentioned, T1, we will be featuring on the final series of the day, and they'll be facing the winner of our next series, which will be Gekromp and Team Heretics in Group A. So still, as you mentioned, one last chance for T1 to redeem themselves, to qualify back to the main event as one of the perennial favorites in 4v4 TFT.
Final fights happening between All Gamers here. We'll see if Zirya with the Lulu reroll is able to clean this one up, and congratulations to Zirya. Very strong performance throughout this tournament. This is the first time that he's been this close to attending the EWC. Hasn't been there before. Finally is going to get a chance with Li Tuchuan joining the roster.
Lulu closed it out yesterday. Lulu closes it out this morning as well. So definitely seems to be, the mountain or the serpent. Doesn't matter too much for Lulu. If you hit all of your 3-star upgrades, this is one of the comps that can absolutely win games and be a pivotal part of the arsenal for your team in these game 3s.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking across at T1's game plan in that matchup, they were playing Lissandra, Meepsy, and they also had LeBlanc and Xayah. So none of the composition are like super high roll in that situation. I feel like Lulu, once again, All Gamers had the high ground in terms of having a very clear win-out spot. The Serpent Lulu in that case, once you find all of the copies, was most likely going to be the strongest board. And unfortunately for T1, they falter here in the upper matchup. Will go up against the winner between Gekromp and Team Heretics.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I think the Liz Cho spot was just not really strong enough. I think from the right position, with a Darkstar emblem, with Treasure Hunt, it can be a comp that can definitely win out games, even as a 1-cost reroll, but not quite the spot that was played from in that game 2 from T1.
Yeah, we saw them being pretty hesitant to kind of pull the trigger on that composition, but congratulations to All Gamers, 2 very dominant games. I feel like we're seeing a pattern out of them as well. Lee Duchuan always going for the big loss streak into a very strong win streak, into a cap-out situation, and Achen just going for the 3-cost rerolls. This is kind of interesting because Achen, even in TOC, has been sort of immortalized as the 3-cost player, and he's still doing that in 4v4. So I feel like all gamers is coming in as sort of a mastery side of the 4v4 format, where each player knows their role very well, and they kind of stick to their roles.
And it's important in TFC or in 4v4 especially, to have this clear distinction of this is how it separates from individual TFT, and this is where we have to really put our focus. We're trying to find ways to optimize our strategies and our game plans. But coming up next, we will be having the underdog team from the Americas, Get Grumped, and Team Heretics as well. A Spanish org, but this is a fully French team as well, with Canadian player David Ace joining that roster for this EWC season. So a really exciting Americas versus EMEA coming up. And we'll be going to a very quick break, but we'll be checking out some more TFT action very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Can't get to you. 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 Can't get to you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the road to EWC Global Qualifiers. We're moving now into the second series of the day, the lower bracket match in this group stage GSL format between Get Grompt and Team Heretics. Team Heretics in particular, a team we haven't seen yet on broadcast. It will be very cool to see the 4 players on this team and kind of what kind of ideas and strategies they have for this series against Get Grompt.
Get Grompt is the team coming over from the Americas. This is basically a team of complete rookies, no tier 1 players, coming in from the open qualifier, making a miracle run for themselves. For Team Heretics, we actually have seen a lot of these members before in the previous EWC. Of course, they were playing under QAD with the teammate Volterix at the time. This time around, though, they're switching the team captain, Volterix out, and David Ace from TPC in. I wouldn't be surprised if David Ace comes from Quebec. Expect this team to be communicating completely in French.
That's right. We have also Hypno joining, a player who has been doing really well in the TPC and Tier 1 scene ever since he took TFT more seriously, kind of since set 14 onwards. He's been getting better and better on an individual level, was picked up on this team for that reason. And I'm pretty confident that I think Team Heretics can put on a very good show in this series against Get Grompt.
They have a lot of experience. I know they were working with Kim in the previous year in EWC, so 4v4 should be their thing. Get Grumped, however, if you like Dark Horses, you should like this squad. They did get trounced pretty hard by All Gamers yesterday, but I feel like just being able to make it here and seeing how many teams they were able to defeat in the open qualifier, very, very surprising results for this team.
I think it's not too surprising the loss to All Gamers. I think All Gamers has already quickly positioned themselves as one of the strongest teams in this global qualifier in the first place, considering they are one series away from finding their position in the main event. So all in all, I'm just excited. I think it's going to be pretty even parity between these two teams. I think it's going to be cool to see the rivalry that there always is between Americas and the MIA teams. Neither of these teams is really that, super favorites from their region. There is some element of a dark horse. I think more with Get Grumped than Team Heretics, but still in both cases. And I'm just excited to see what these teams do when they know their back's against the wall. This is their last chance to make this 4v4 season be one to remember for each of these teams. And this is the time where they really have to clutch up. They have to showcase their absolute best TFT in this best of 3.
That's right. This is going to be an elimination match. Whoever drops here is just going to go out. And even if they do succeed, they still have a massive hurdle right in front of them. That's going to be T1 from the previous series that we just casted, waiting for them in the last BO3 of the day. So I have to say, I don't think either team has the best chances against T1. But this is where the miracle run starts. This is where the dark horse narrative, this is where the underdog has his time in the daylight. So we'll see which one does make it out. I feel like in terms of pedigree, in terms of experience, you probably do lean a little bit more towards Team Heretics, but you never know, you might get grumped.
I will say for Team Heretics, they are a team who, if they do make it out, they've already lost 2-0 to T1 in this tournament, so they would have to overcome that mental hurdle as well of knowing they're facing that same exact team if they make it out of this series alive, and they're going to have a tough struggle to try and get the confidence to know that, hey, we can also beat T1, we can beat Get Grumped. But we're still on this series first, and we'll see what's happening here as we move into Game 1 between Team Heretics and between Get Grumped EMEA versus America. And just a really interesting game to start things off here with MF.
Yeah, always really important to see what type of 3 costs everyone is going to run into. We have seen Lulu win twice already just on the weekend, so if there is a good Stargazer Hex and a Lulu early on for some of these players, that should be a very clear call in terms of the direction.
Our gods for this game, number 1 will be Thresh and Evelyn, so some randomness added in from Thresh and some risk added in from Evelyn. It's always going to be harder to trade away HP in 4v4 in particular, but if the reward is juicy and succulent enough, you might just go for it regardless.
A lot of great adjectives to describe what the Evelyn gives you there. And Hypno is going to find some early strength into this Vanguard AP line. Doesn't have either the rod or the tier for this start, but you're not going to pass up on a good start here from the 2-1.
Does Hypno know we're playing on 17.3? What's this Timo doing on the board?
I hope he does. He's just getting it there for the Shepherd. Right, Shepherd early game. Still pretty good.
Just preloading the Shepherd. Still Leona 2. We saw from Bintum, it will game if you get the Leona Printer, especially as a way to make it to level 8 to level 9.
Ooh. Earth, consider a bit underpowered to be taken on 2-1, so you're probably just re-rolling Blood Offering and then going from there. Oh no. Okay.
Wonder if he wants to be
just says Darkstar.
Yeah, the Darkstar player opens up a new line for his team as well. Warpath picked up by SPAT. Gwen, a pretty good item carrier and just carry overall in stage 2. Not the best items to slam though, outside of just a stone plate, but I think it's gonna have to be the slam here. You do have the Biomatter Preserver, so kind of the two extra items will be helpful here, but I think you want to have the Rogue online for the Gwen.
Yeah, Rogue definitely the better option. He can slam the Titans if he really needs it. And this might
make his game a bit too complicated.
Yeah.
Tough first matchup here for the Gwen with Warpath. You have to snowball the win streak. You have to take over the lobby. You have to get a lot of extra econ from the win streak to try and continue pushing the tempo. Will be winning against this Briar, despite it being a Briar 2, and despite it being solo leveling. So the first hurdle has been surpassed.
It's been a while since we've seen solo leveling being selected here. Very few units can actually get you over the hurdle, but they do get the Briar 2 to kind of make that work. Does get 2 points of EXP. We'll see if you can snowball that further. A lot of early tempo across all these boards. Of course, we are playing a 3-cost encounter, so a lot of these boards are going to be much stronger than anticipated if they can build around the early 3 costs that they've gotten. David Ace forming up for, potentially a reroll, but can also just play into a standard fast 8.
Star Gazer for the game will be the Fountain, so not the most attractive option for Zaya, unfortunately. We'll be seeing a bit more congestion around the Corki and Yi lines, most likely, for the level 8 boards on the 80 side of things. And we'll also have, I think it's playable towards Lulu, the Fountain, not the best option, but it is playable if you have a really ideal spot for it.
Yeah, we have seen recently Ringo just win a TPC off of Fountain Lulu. If you have a very good, strong early rolls for Jax, you can just keep your Jax alive for the entire time. Extremely powerful to get there. Does open up one of those reroll lines. In the meantime, Flouters with the Rogue emblem start, as we have seen a lot of times, most likely going to go for the Corki, and indeed already does have the Fizz lined up for it as well.
Warpath was actually, going back to Espat's augment selection, considering he is still win streaking, was an augment that I realized some teams in EWC really favor a lot. I think it was specifically Mouse when they played versus in the close qualifier for EMEA. They selected Warpath 3 games in a row, basically. They just, a player had it offered and they just always insta-picked it, basically.
We've also seen it in the APAC qualifiers from a team like RQ as well, and just because you can have teammates, make sure you get those wins early and deal a lot of damage to you. It's possible to just get an instant win. You get the Graves on like 3-5, and suddenly the game looks a lot easier for you to handle.
Like with Birthday Present, like with a lot of these type of augments, the real challenge is obviously snowballing the win streak and making sure you're ahead of lobby tempo, thanks to that 2-star, 2-cost. And especially with Evelyn, this is why this augment is a little bit more attractive as well, because you can double up. You can say, hey, my goal is already to dominate this lobby, to steamroll it, to open up a warpath, and all of a sudden I have 3 gold per turn if I succeed. This is really good news for Espat.
Yeah, it just makes his position so much stronger because he also dissuades anyone from going for Steamroll. Steamroll probably has the highest value if you can continue it for a hero boon. But when you have Espat there on Warpath, when he's likely to go level 5 directly, it's very hard to try and contest it on that. Even gets a natural 4 cost if he does want to place it.
I would consider going 6 even if he feels his win streak is threatened in any way. The rewards for maintaining the win streak and dealing the damage, I think, is more than enough to give up on some econ.
Especially if Deadly CO2 has leveled to 5 and is also in his pool. I do think what you're saying is correct. We'll see if he decides to pull it off. Nope. Bit too much of an econ. Goes up against a level 4 board. This should be very easy for him to handle here. And we'll be taking a look at what 2 costs he gets.
The Rek'Sai upgrade really helps here as well. The Pantheon maybe opening up potentially Timebreaker for stage 4 if he eventually, plays for more of a loose streak once he catches out the warpath.
I do want to check what Deadly CO2's board is looking like. He's one of the players that did level to 5 on 2-5, but he has no item slam.
No wonder we didn't go to 6. I think Espat checked this board one time and like, yeah, I'm good. This is the weakest stage 2 of we've ever seen in 4v4.
Yeah, he did get the golden remover from Thresh, which is a very, very strong option. Of course, we will be checking in on what all of these Thresh players are doing. But Shabamoon is going to be slightly disappointed with this result. Does get his loss streak broken by David Ace.
David is with a tiebreaker as well added onto his board, so really maximizing the value on these losses. Hypno will take a loss here as well to CO2. I mean, the Kai'Sa is just really strong as an item carrier.
Yep. Going into David Ace's board to see how he will play this. He intentionally sacked and broke Shabamoon's loss streak. A very nice win coming in from the side of Team Heretics here.
Ooh, Hypno with a Fizz 2. Pretty strong upgrade. Darkstar +1. This is going to be a really great item carrier, I imagine. Especially if you find 80 AP items up until the Acel. You can play around this Fizz for all of Stage 3.
I wonder if he Thresh booned into Varus. Getting the Fizz 2 this early, pretty difficult to come by. Sets him up very well for the Stage 3. Would prefer to find one more Darkstar. There's a very nice chunk of 80 and AP for it.
I kind of want to see a Darkstar +1 or 6 Darkstar Fizz 3 game.
Oh, Hypno actually
think?
chose Steamroll as well. I'm kind of surprised about that. Must have faced Espat already for him to pick that, but it didn't go well for him actually.
In early Stage 2.
Looks
You
like
know,
a
Haxor
potential
here.
Lulu.
Yep, very clearly angling Lulu. Double Nash already built. Hoping for a Rod, still doesn't have it to slam the JG, so going to be carrying the units that already have precision, the TF or the Milio until that happens. But we talked about it, the Fountain Lulu definitely an option you can go for. Lulu has been very strong in the last 2 series we've cast.
He's always found wins in the end here. David A is losing a lot of value onto that Evelyn. Having that one loss is quite surprising. He basically only got 1 2 cost out of a single boon. I have to say a bit of a miscalculation. Now we're going to get prismatic augments. This is huge if we have Hypno finding hold the line as well.
Bad news for Espat. I think he would have liked to see as little resources being added to the game as possible for him to continue his warpath. This can maybe swing things in favor of other players who can hit a really big spike, especially if Espat doesn't hit one himself.
And it is hold the line. Okay. Darkstar, hold the line. Should be pretty clear pick here.
Not getting too much value just yet, but we will hopefully scale into that max value with the black holes in particular, getting you the extra stats as well.
Yeah, Hypno now should have a very good chance against this warpath. We'll see how this one does. He does have a Fizz that is buffed up by the Darkstar here, also using hold the line and the Shepherd to get extra value. But just looking at the way this fight is turning out, it doesn't seem like he has enough firepower just yet. When getting the early strike onto the Fizz means that his main carry should be going down quite soon.
It is his teammate, so I think Hypno is quite happy to lose this fight, to allow Espat to continue getting the wins. And no item slams coming out from Hypno there as well. So it makes a lot of sense to me. Deadly, surprisingly enough, this board is still doing fairly well, 88 HP for the Get Ground player. It doesn't look too impressive, no? You have double gold remover. That's interesting.
Yeah,
Can you trade? Can you trade one to one of your teammates? Like,
can you reforge the remover or something else?
We need the double up cannon. The double up cannon in TFT 44, but just for very specific things, like giving someone your extra golden remover.
Taking the min-max here is interesting, but it does feel like you're losing a bit of value. You're basically losing like a silver augment worth of value, getting up the double remover. So I feel like for Deadly, he's just trying to break the streak. This is going to be kind of the moment to see if it's worth it here. And I don't think it is. The Pike getting a very early snipe onto the Kai'Sa, enabling a reset onto the Gwen, means that Deadly CO2, the closest member to breaking the steamroll, does not actually find the hit. And I do want to check how much damage Warpath has already done. Honestly, if you can get it fast enough, sometimes we've seen 3-5 just be enough.
And Espat almost forced to pick the Evelyn boon here, right? Just to make sure he has the most possible power in the current moment to defend the win streak. He did pick a Band of Thieves as his 3-2 augment, so I think a really good choice for just immediate tempo. He had a lot of 2 costs that weren't itemized at all, so just a way to get a lot of power on the board.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be contesting him. I think I misspoke a little bit. I think Warpath very early could go as soon as 3-7. We have seen that be done. Mino Hacks are going into a Victor 2. Another member on GG that has a chance.
59 damage dealt from Espat for now with the Warpath, so still I would say 3 fights away most likely from maybe 2, but 2 very, very good wins.
Gonna reforge all 3. I don't think he's gonna be that happy with what he's found here. Looks like a Groove Riven angle.
Feel like you have to. Could be just 6 Darkstar without Darkstar +1, but not really the most attractive game plan, I would say.
We have seen just Groove Rivens in 4v4. If you can sneak the Rivens in early, then it's kind of fine, and then you can also just deny the Corki spots as well. But typically it's not really a composition that can win out, so it's more of a scrapping composition. And I mentioned this because I think for both of these teams, the reason that they did fall eventually to All Gamers in T1 was that neither of these teams in their 4 games have been able to find a win-out spot. So we'll see which player in the second series is able to accomplish that. Oh, Espat. I think
lose.
yeah.
Lost his win streak. This is looking like a quirky spot to me just from the items that we're holding or we're building here. But not that much econ to work with. No econ augments and none of the units. I guess just the Poppy for now on the bench. So gonna be a hard transition for Deadly if that's the route he's trying to take.
Yeah, we haven't seen someone go for that line, so he might be uncontested. In that case, you can rest a little bit on that. For Quinn, it looks like he's going to be most likely going for the Misfortune. Still staying on level 7, even with a lot of gold. Starting to roll down now. Okay, there's the MF. This line can spike pretty hard if you have MF, Urgot, and Jinx online. Triple carry. We've even seen the Diana being thrown in as well.
And Sword Overflow, one of the best augments, I would say, for the comp. Just the extra swords really help a lot towards itemizing MF and itemizing Urgot. Making a Sterax maybe as well. Just having a dual carry in the first place.
Should enable Lulu on the other side as well. So we are getting kind of a rare treat here. In 4v4, typically 3 costs are very rarely played. But this time around, 2 3-cost reroll players coming into this one. Hasn't found the MF2 just yet. Really needs the MF2 to get items over.
I don't like not open selling the Jinx and selling the Urgot there because of your bench locked. I think it would be better just to open to the Jinx and roll until you find the MF2 in the first place, right?
Wow,
I guess you have items for both.
I'm actually quite surprised at how fast this is moving for him. Already on 7 copies of the Lulu. He didn't take any econ either, so we see this composition actually be quite accelerated. GG, I like this kind of strategy where you have 2 players committed to 3 costs and just filtering for each other.
And both seem to be in a pretty good position econ-wise, right? Level 7, 60 gold here still for Quinn on a 7 win streak as well, so just has bought a lot of time with his tempo in stage 3. And as you mentioned, level 7, 30 gold on 4-1 with that many copies of Lulu. Not sure where the econ has come from, but they're looking to be in prime positions to hit.
And this is an interesting strategy. If you're the only one playing a 3-cost reroll, it's very easy for the enemy team to deny. But if you can filter for each other and get a Lulu 3 on 4-2, wow, it's such a strong position coming in from GG.
Still hesitant about playing the Diana. It looks like he's skipping over her, doesn't have the items for her in the first place. Not playing for the Urgot either, so it looks like he's just going to hard target the Ornn 3 and the Misfortune 3.
This is getting pretty dicey for Team Heretics as they have 3 members in the bottom 3, and the 3-cost rerolls are pretty much all online at this point. So we'll see if SPAT can carry them to the promised land. I don't think his Warpath... Oh, he did proc his Warpath, I think, with the Blitzcrank. Oh, he hasn't? Oh, okay. I thought the 5-cost was there.
No, I don't think he has. I mean,
yeah,
I'd be surprised if he has. He got the TGs from Band of Thieves. He's at 66, so he's still two fights away from proccing it. Like you mentioned before, in Pro V4, your teammate can sack for you, but if your teammates have low HP and you have a high HP and they're sacking for you, it makes things awkward regardless if you're cash out or not. So ideally, you are able to be a strong, independent player and cash out by yourself. But in this case, if everyone else is spiking and SPAT's not able to cash out, this is the kind of the dangerous territory for the Warpath player.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a look at who he has in his pool. I don't think you can ask Hypno to sack with 35 HP either. So he's just going to have to find some wins against opponents on the Xayah 1.
This is one of the more winnable matchups. Not too crazy of a board from Deadly CO2 here. Has just the Corki. The Kai'Sa's still the item holder for now.
We'll see if he can do 14 damage here, but it's unlikely. You need a 7-unit win for that to happen. 1, 2, 3.
It's 7 units right now.
He does get it. Wow, exact. A very good fight rotation. We'll see what 5-cost he finds.
Evelyn being offered immediate power, 2-star 4-cost. At the expense of 3 HP.
It's quite good if you're the Corki player. Riven, Corki, the Mighty
Deadly
Mech,
spot.
Ramus.
He looked like he needed to have some kind of crazy occurrence, but looking at SPAT does finally get the chest that he has been working so hard to cash out. Finds a Graves, a Fiora, and a Jhin, as well as a Riven too there. Sells everything. He's holding 5 Xayahs, so he is threatening the Xayah 3 game plan and has 2 extra item anvils to work with now. So this, in theory, should be the strongest player in the lobby.
Yeah, I don't think the 3-cost players can even contest him, even if they hit right now. I don't. The MF3 might not even be winning this matchup. He is going up against Lulu 3, which might be the strongest player on GG right now.
Light Shield Crest as well, buying a lot of time, especially on the fountain. But, I mean, it's just a pretty scary board here from SPAT. Has the TGs as well, pretty much a ton of units itemized. Gilded Steel helping out with that DR. And does Xayah clean up? She can't. Tom Kent is less alive by himself, and that should be an easy fight win now for Mino Haxor. So, pretty surprising, right? If you're a Warpath player to cash out, and the turn you cash out, you lose.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by that as well. Mino Haxor not even really having his main tank online, actually just going for the Maokai 2 for now. He still has a very strong...
We have 8 Reforgers. Go, go, go. Min-max the best possible emblem. Just keep... No, Space Group into Arbiter into Anima.
Come on, Voyager.
No, this is actually the worst 7 emblems in a row you could go for as a Corki player. You can't settle on Darkstar. No, Meeple is the last emblem. Not really that impactful when you already have your board set up. I mean, it's usable, but it's not as good as Voyager or Rogue.
True. A lot better than Anima and Darkstar for him. So at least he does find something on the last hit.
He got the Anima emblem, and then he was just 5 seconds just staring, and he's like, "Wait, I have 8 Reforgers," and he just started ripping them.
Yeah, Flouter's in a pretty difficult spot now. He needs to find that Corki too, but he has no gold whatsoever. And I have to assume the opponents are holding a lot of those copies. Come on, Corki. Oh, there you are. Huge find for him.
Still Corki 1 for Deadly. We saw the slow rotation. Still hasn't quite been able to make this setup work here. Ramus 1 as well. Riven 1. I mean, missing all of your key upgrades. Especially with item augments, right? Not having your 2 stars is just so much more impactful.
Yeah, I feel like our Corki players are probably going to be the 7-8s coming into this one. Espat also getting the Riven 2 on the cash out. I wonder if it slowed all of those players down a little.
Espat also gave up on the extra Zaya copies, so no more Zaya 3 game plans. Just wanted to use the gold to make it to 9. Add in the full board now with the Blitzcrank coming in and the Jin.
Look at Espat's fight rotation. He has 3 members, 5, 6, 7, all his teammates, and he's like, okay guys, this is I'm building this Zaya just so I don't have to put items on it.
Facing off against Quinn, who has pushed to level 8. Isn't committing to level 7 to the deep roll on stage 3. He's playing more of a tempo MF game plan, which we saw a little bit from All Gamers as well in the last series.
Yeah, it is something you can do with the composition. Just play around the Kindred too. But it looks like Quinn is falling down hard. We have a race to the bottom between our 2 Corki players. This is pivotal roles. There's also a Groove Riven outside, so I feel like Flouters is in the slightly better spot here. He does have 4 HP advantage and the Corki 2.
And the Ramus 2, he hit the last round right before the fight started off. Whereas it's still Ramus 1 for Deadly. He has the Corki in the shop. Surely you have to sell something here to make this.
I think you sell the Meepsy, right? You sell the Meepsy
for the Gnar. Oh no, you don't have to buy the Gnar.
Oh.
Gonna believe in the heart of the cards. Does this Corki 1 win it against his teammate? Did his teammate remove? He has. Lulu, no items. Is that enough, though?
I think it should
Milio can be a beast sometimes.
Please, no way that Milio 2 is going to clear this board, right? I mean, Riven in the back line. We're safe, we're good. Now it's down to Flouters. If Mino Hexart gets a win against Flouters, that's huge.
Flouters also gets a win there, so they both stay alive. Mino Hexart has a chance to upgrade this Corki. Still missing the Ramus, not even a pair, unfortunately, so still missing some key upgrades, but we're getting closer.
We're going to be taking a look at his fight pool. If he runs into Flouters, he should be just dead here. David probably has a stronger board as well. And now Hypno, straight level 9. Can he find a backline carry to level 2? Oh, Karma already there.
No, a lot on his plate, it looks like, with this turn. Had a Ramus in the shop, didn't hold it, knowing that Deadly is potentially on his last chance. And the Shabamun as well also has a Ramus in the shop here, so unfortunate if Deadly's rolling to try and find that upgrade.
Deadly going up against his Zoe reroll board. Don't think this is his teammate. Full item slammed. Can his Riven make a miracle out of it? Riven does go into the backline, finds the kill there.
Looks like it will be a win. The Vex 1 not quite enough there. Flouters was trying to deal some emotional damage, but he is not going to be able to rejoice on the fight loss there. Will be a win for Flouters as well, so no one has died yet in this game 1 between Team Heretics and Get Gromped. It's getting very close to the bottom though. 4 players on 1 life.
We could have 4 players dropping in just this one round. Very interesting to see this one. And Flouters finds the final 4 cost that he needed to be upgraded. Huge momentum for him. David A still not stable on this level 9 board. Can he get any of these critical 5 cost upgrades? No, doesn't have enough gold anymore. And he can't swap his items over either, so is just going to have to stick with this Vex 1.
David Ace has only Team Heretics players in his pool though, so maybe someone can sacrifice for him so he can stay alive. Quinn will be up against, I believe this is Flouters here. So this is going to be a very important matchup here.
Yeah,
Still
it does look
MF2, it's still Orn 2. I mean, we're missing all the 3-star upgrades. This is a fully capped out, or at least 2-star board on the side of the Corki, so this should be a pretty easy win for Flouders. The MF reroll not really working here, Clement.
Trying to go 8 and still finish off his 3-star copies. Not ideal for him. I think he was just in scrap mode. Didn't have enough copies to begin with. In the meantime, David Ace falls down. I think he hit level 9, but just wasn't able to stabilize just yet. And Deadly CO2 and Flouders, despite being 7-8 for a very, very long time, both players still alive. Just showing testament to how good at this Corki board is to stabilize.
I like from Deadly there. He did not make the Fizz. We've seen it happen before. Yesterday in the tournament, someone making a Fizz 2 when they didn't have their key forecast upgraded. Yeah, I think it's a mistake. But skipped out of the Fizz here, made the Milio. Still not the Rammus 2 though, so this could be the end of the road for Deadly CO2 if he's not able to find a stabilization for the front line here before he deals damage. Facing off against Hypno, who is level 9. Hold the line. Darkstar +1 onto the Bard. Is it going to be enough?
It's cracking through the right side of the map really quickly, but the main carry is the Karma on the left, and that really hasn't been touched. Down goes Deadly CO2. How will Flouders' turn go? Flouders against the Lulu. He does have a 4 HP advantage, so it should still be Deadly CO2 in that 6th place here. Does mean that Team Heretics finds a 2-point advantage in the bottom side and will force GG to take 1-3 if they want to win this match.
And already, Mino Haxor and Espat are the 2 players who are right now on what should be 1 life as we move into stage 6. So potentially this Lulu board, if it's not able to win this next fight, if Mino Haxor goes 4th, that could be the game win towards Team Heretics.
Yeah, I do think that Shabamoon and Mino Haxor have the stronger boards in general. We will have to see if the 5 costs do come through. Blitz 2, Jin 2 still on the board for Espat to find those upgrades. He's racing down. He's taking 5 costs out of the pool to kind of filter for them, but hasn't hit just yet. Last couple of rolls. Sell the Bard. Oh, doesn't find any of them. Wow, I think that's statistically rather unlucky for him. So many upgrades to be found.
Feels like quite a low roll. I wonder if you want to get this Warmog onto the Tomcans or just add it on to the Nunu as a final item here. But it will be the teammates, Espat versus Hypno. Hypno has removed items from the Karma. Only 2 backline carries now with the Jin and the Bard. Should be enough to buy Espat some time. And that might be the game plan for Team Heretics. Just try and get one of the get-ground players in that 4th, 5th position to win the game.
Kind of an interesting read here. The Darkstar board, very, very strong, but there's
that was a close loss. 2 HP for Hypno now. And Mino Haxor goes out in 4th place position. So if my math does not fail me, Clement, confirm for me, that should be a game 1 win for Team Heretics.
A little bit of an anticlimactic win coming in because it was a team kill on GG's side there. So Shabamoon actually just too strong, taking out Mino Haxor, and you are correct. That does mean that GG is mathematically eliminated. Kind of interested to... Oh, he actually did take off his items and still won? Wow, that's kind of surprising.
It was 15 HP as well, so there was, I think, very little wiggle room in terms of trying to make that the smallest loss possible.
Yeah, it was a Lulu 3 board, but I guess it was just missing the front line. So even with removers on the Nami, he still took out his own teammate.
Maybe the Riven, the fight RNG could have maybe favored the Riven accessing backline and swinging the fight in favor of Shabamoon, for example.
I have to say, I felt like that was still a little bit of a mistake coming in from the side of GG. I feel like if you just have to keep you only needed to keep the Lulu alive for a 3rd place, and the Shabamoon could have won the game. If you kept him alive for 3rd place, I don't think that's too difficult, given that he had quite a decent amount of HP. So I feel like he should have sacked his front line, sacked his back line to his front, and made sure that the enemy, would have taken that 4th place. And if Shaba Moon then won, they would have won the match. Kind of a weird way to close that one.
And there was no ghost fights as well. It was just 4 players left, so it was very clear who was facing who and who you were sacking for in that position as well. I don't know if maybe SPAC couldn't have reached a higher cap. Once he does hit the Jin 2, the Blitz 2, I think it's potential that he could be the win-out player as well. So it's not all clear. But in the end, pretty surprising finale there between Get-Gromp and Team Heretics. Team Heretics, a game 1 on the board. Warpath, good in 4v4. We have confirmation again. I'm always hesitant in terms of it working out or not, but it did pan out in this case for Team Heretics, and they found a potential win-out player because of it.
Yeah, well played there. I really like the Warpath game plan, especially when you have an Evelyn god. There's a really good chance that you get the steamroll, and usually other compositions are not going to be going for level 6, right? You kind of seal off that win streak route, which is the harder position to solidify in that 4v4 position. Then your other players can just go for the loss streak, and you kind of sandwich the other team into a very metacore streaking position. So very good game plan for them. It came down much closer than I expected. Lulu, a very strong win out. Shaba Moon, I think, played a really nice game, finding the groove ribbon working out for him. Just the team kill situation in the end, a little bit unfortunate, and handing the game over to Team Heretics.
A chance for redemption potentially coming up after this quick break for Get-Gromp. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the game 2 between Get-Gromp and Team Heretics.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can we try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Alright. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can we try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer.
Welcome back, everyone, to the road to EWC Global Qualifier. We're on day 2, the end stage of the GSL groups. We are on our second series of the day between Team Heretics and Get Gromped, with the Team Heretics win in that very first game. But we do have some updates, Clement, from the other side of the brackets. Group B has been playing off stream today as well, so we'll have some updates for you guys regarding those results. And the big result to look at right now is that Glorp Gang has defeated Virtus Pro 2-1 in that very first series in Group B. So Glorp Gang on a mission, not really considered I think any kind of favorite coming into this tournament, but defeat Edward Gaming yesterday, and they defeat Virtus Pro now as well today.
I am at a complete loss of words. I can't believe Glorp Gang has been so good. They are absolutely glorious. Congratulations to the GG on the side of the Group B. And look at that lower bracket that we have now. Isurus, Edward Gaming, and Virtus Pro. And only one of them can be making it out of that lower bracket for Group B.
Pretty crazy. I think Glorp Gang has definitely played a bit of a spoiler position, a bit of a surprise in terms of the strength that was expected from each of these teams in that Group B in particular. And now Glorp Gang, alongside All Gamers, 2 teams who are already qualified down to semifinals, and just 1 series away from guaranteeing their position in the main event for EWC in July. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, Clement. We still have more to unpack and more to unfold in this current series we are casting between Team Heretics and Get Gromped. A bit of a surprise ending, I would say, in that game 1. We'll see what Get Gromped can do to kind of redeem themselves coming into this game 2. Hopefully they can force a game 3 as well.
Yeah, unfortunately there was a bit of a mistake at the end of the game. It looked like Shabanumoon did actually sack for his teammate, but didn't sack hard enough. So it actually ends up taking him out. And unfortunately, that was a game that GG could have very easily won. So they have to get past that mental hurdle right now. Just focus on the here and now. Try to win this game. We have seen a lot of comebacks, even when you're down 0-1.
We will have Yasuo and Evelyn as our gods for this game too. Yasuo, of course, offering some very strong Hex upgrades for especially reroll lines. Cryogenic very strong. We saw acceleration Hex really important for Xayah, especially if she's playable, and depending on the Stargazer for this game too. And for Evelyn, we saw how impactful it could be last game, right? With Steamroll, if you find a way to play for that 10 win streak, fast 9 style of game, Evelyn can be really impactful as well.
Some good options here can go for the additional Leonas. We have seen even in this patch, just getting early Leona 3s clears a pathway for you to go onto a fast 9 AP board quite easily. So Hypno is going to be keeping both of his Arbiter units in stock here.
Potential for Anima maybe as well, with the Briar currently in the shop and the Aurora. But he also has Stargazer, and the Boar will be the option for the Stargazer for the Constellation for this game too. We saw how strong the Boar can be from a win streak position from Kion yesterday, where he had a Zaya and a Ninu on 2-5, and he just took over the game basically. Just an auto win. We'll see if the same can happen here.
Flouters with an interesting start here is given a champion duplicator to start. Now, usually that means you're missing out on 3 gold, but it does open up a potential chance for you to snag a 3-star 4 cost and become that win-out player. This is what both teams have been lacking in the previous series here. So we'll see how they play around with this. I feel like the duplicator start is so much more interesting when it comes to the 4v4 situations.
A lot of different econ options being offered here. Flouters will be going for the patient study in the end, playing for more of a loose streak. Has the Arbiter online. Leona print Arbiter as well every 4 seconds. You'll have a 50% chance at printing a Leona. So potentially a way to go for that kind of AP flex fast 9 playstyle with this duplicator, as you mentioned.
Yep, Flouter is going to open up with more of a loose streak position here, just trying to get max XP from his augment. Going to run into Quinn, that is settling into a reroll spot. With the Urgot, we have seen either just playing around the Jinx or playing around the MF as 2 options here. So we can check into his items later on to see if he does have good enough swords and bow starts to go in that direction.
Savings account will be the pickup for Shabamoon here, so just another chance to play for loose streak, to play for an explosive spike on 4-1 in particular.
Yeah, quite nice. Both of those players wanted to go full loose streak, so meeting each other on 2-1 means that you're not getting any of your streaks broken. I think both players can be satisfied with that result.
Checking out some other players. Looks like Hypno says, you know what? I liked your game plan last game, Espat. I'm going to try and copy your homework, see what I can do here. And we're on the board especially, so this is even more impactful, right, Clement?
Yeah, getting the extra gold injection. He does have a decent setup for this Jinx as well. Usually when you have a 2-star Jinx, you're typically not too happy about that result. But being able to go in with the extra Diana means your challenger is on for the entire team. One of the rare situations where he's built a very strong board to continue this one.
Just looks like a very, very strong board. The Jinx is sold in the end from Hypno here. So gonna hope that he can continue winning and continue moving this warpath forward alongside this boar. The Jinx doesn't fit the trait tree overall for the Stargazer line, so I think it makes some sense to make sure you can make 10 here, and hopefully you think you're strong enough to win these fights anyway. And for Espat, we are seeing a pretty strong setup already. MF pair, loose streaking, and has a fishbone. If he hits MF off of his Pengu offering, he could become a very scary player as well on stage 2.
You really want your 3-cost rerolls to hit those additional 2-stars very early on. It means that you don't have to early roll on level 6 to try and stabilize. So this could be a huge turning point for Espat. Could give him a lot of much needed tempo into this line. In the meantime,
Evelyn is one of the gods. I just wanted to mention Evelyn's one of the gods as well, so the warpath that much more interesting. If we get offered steamroll again like we had last game, it will be the random 4 cost instead, trading away for 4 HP, and acceleration hex in terms of the Yasuo offering.
Do expect most of the win streakers to go directly for acceleration. For the 4 costs, I feel like you take that if you don't really have good direction. But otherwise, I think most of the Lost Streakers are going to avoid that one as well. So yeah, we have almost a full lobby of Yasuo's.
Looking at the HP, Team Heretics very much ahead here. 2 players still on 100 HP. We have an Urgot 2 as well offered here for Flouders, who was playing into more of an AP line. Not interested actually in playing the Urgot 2 at all. Too expensive, he thinks.
I think he's considering his teammates also just kind of SPAT stuck on the MF line, so
True.
doesn't want to obstruct his teammates' game plan. Decides not to go for the strong tempo play. Shabamoon most likely looking at just the Corki kind of line. We've seen this multiple times before. Trying to get that full loss streak. Has a lot of gold to work with. Getting Anima in as well.
I'm a little bit surprised he slams the Yasuo Hex on the right side corner, because this locks him out of Xayah no matter what. I'm not sure if there's any more Xayah players on his team, because there is no Stargazer Hex on that side for the boar.
I'll be honest, I have seen a lot of these mistakes, even in TPC itself. So we'll see, we'll see. I think most likely it's just that he's figuring he's going to go for the Corki line. But you're right.
I mean, but there's always chances, right, that you just found natural Xayah 2 or you hit the perfect augment or items for it, and you want to have that option open, especially if it's a playable and snowbally option like the boar. I've learned my lesson many times this set, so now if there's Yasuo Hexes, I immediately check Stargazer patterns, especially with the reroll line. I've put some hexes in places where they shouldn't be. Let's just say that.
Totally agree with you. No, it's a very, very common occurrence in this case. David Ace at the last second selling some more of his units, just having some misdirection there. Fronting that he had 5 units, but selling down to 3. Good Anima play. And he should get the full loss streak here. Does look like he's angling for the Corki as well. Kind of the most common line when you're trying to go full loss streak, holding on to double Meepsies.
Yeah, during the close qualifiers in EMEA for Team Heretics, David A seemed to be quite often a player similar to Chunnington that we saw yesterday, where he was angling most often like a huge loose streak into a stable forecast line, mostly Corki. And he was kind of the ace for this team, no pun intended, for Team Heretics throughout the close qualifiers. He was the player who was always managing to stabilize and then just have a very strong Corki setup to sometimes even win the game.
We do have Deadly CO2 also selling most likely into the Corki, so it will be a very, very contested Corki Riven line. We do have the Accelerator in the correct spot this time for Deadly CO2, going for the bottom left spot, as David has, trying to been reminding our players from the sidelines that you want to keep yourself open for the Xayah.
See how far we push this open fort style for both of the Anima players. They're going to end up taking a lot more damage than they normally would have because of the situation, obviously. If they face anyone that's not the other Anima player going forward in the stage 3.
Yeah, and I also feel like for both of these Lost Streakers, it's pretty difficult to get the same econ that you once had. They will eventually cross paths at some time. And we do have David S once again just fronting that he's going in one direction, but then selling all his Meepsies and then picking up the Fizz pair to keep himself continuously open towards the Corki. Warpath, can he make it? Oh, he's fine.
It was a pretty close win in the end, but the Kaisa and the Lulu 2 do end up pulling through for Hypno there on his win streak. We mentioned it. You're doubling down, not with the Steamroll this time from Evelyn, but with the Boar, getting gold on your wins as well. So just a really snowballing game already.
David Ace going
risky,
for a little bit more econ.
Risky pickup here, no? Playing for the spreading roots when you have to guarantee a win streak here. Picks up Meeple and Brawler as his emblems, which don't really fit into the Xayah line at all.
Yeah,
The
he's
brawler does a
probably
little
thinking
bit.
the emblem as the best immediate power investment that he could get, but it does limit your options later on.
And it can really backfire, right? It's a very inconsistent amount of power if you don't hit the emblems that really favor you. But we're seeing a level to 7 here. A surprise level to 7 at least, with holding until the very last second.
It's gonna shove the Riven on just for Rogue at last second. I don't think anyone's level 7 on 3-2, so he should be very comfortable in this stage. And we'll see an early cash out, potentially on 3-7 or 4-1 with the Warpath. Does look like Quinn going more for the brawler route.
Really heads up with the Jax to solo frontline him, because especially if his Jax doesn't die, you're just doing so much more damage, right? With all your units being kept alive, even your non-itemized tank units are not just taking damage early for no reason.
A lot of people checking his board at this moment. Shabamoon coming over, level 6. I don't think anyone can contest at this point. Deadly CO2, the opponent on the other side, with the Kaisa 2. Okay, so this is the critical matchup. Does have Hypno in his pool as well. Hypno does have Deadly CO2 too.
Facing David A, so
Avoids
no
him
need
for
to
now.
slam anything. I think would have slammed the Crown Guard if he was facing off against Hypno, just for the chance of trying to end that streak, but won't be the case now. Both of the lose streak players seems to be taking their losses as expected, and Hypno should be okay to win here against Father.
Yeah, Deadly CO2. We'll see if he still threatens Hypno in the next round, but for now we do have the God Boons coming in. Anything strong from Evelyn? This one's kind of hard to pick, unless you're a lose streaker.
There was a huge nerf as well, right, for the amount of gold you get. I think it was 18 before, and now it's 12.
Oh, but it's mana regen on the other side, so considered one of the weaker Yasuo options. So in comparison, Evelyn seems a lot better. We will have a very accelerated stage 4 roll down. This gives a lot of opportunities for 4v4 players to start rolling down on 4-1 and contest against each other. So it actually ends up even after with the nerfed Evelyn, because it's mana regen on the other side. The full lobby still went for Evelyn's.
Leona 3, 4 Flouters, level 7 now as well. The big question here is, can Hypno cash out Warpath before we move into stage 4? And can David A stabilize stabilize more than Shabamoon once both players cash out, once both players roll down for their final comps? If these two conditions are met, I think Team Heretic is looking to be very, very far ahead in this game too.
Yeah, we also have to see what David is able to cash out. It looks like 2 rounds here, and he should have the 300 cash out. It's not the preferred cash out because there are a lot of, I would say, traps in the 300 anima cash out. You're really only looking for 2 out of 5 of the options. So we will have to check in again on that as well, but he won't have any HP to make a difference. He's just going to have to V-Force cash out on 300.
Yeah, David will be down to what could be 1 life in stage 4 if he takes a big enough loss here at the end of his stage 3.
Yeah, has to take this at this point. Yep. You really prefer the 80, the tank options if you're catching it on 300. It's a lot more flexible for your compositions. But if you get the 80, it's kind of like the second best.
Yeah. Sabi's account will be proccing on this turn as well, I have to imagine. And Hypno, can he get the win here? He's up against one of the stronger players from Gek Romp. Kaisa 2, Jax 2, Nunu has been found as well. Is it enough to stop the 10 win streak from Hypno? Is it enough to stop the Warpath cash out? That's the big question.
To expect Deadly CO2 to be taking down this one. Even though the Talon is on the backline, it's not enough damage for now to really take him out.
The
As
Riven,
I say
though,
that,
the Riven does not cast another time. It's a really close fight, but it looks like it will be finally a win for Deadly CO2. Hypno does not get the cash out on Warpath, and this could be problematic in terms of Hypno finding now a round in stage 4 where he can win.
Oh, and getting the AP option, this is usually considered the subpar one because you can't really use it if you're going for the Corki. And Shabamoon so far ahead in the copies, already with the Corki too. So just comparing our two Anima players, there's a very clear winner coming in from the Get Gromp side.
Yeah, a bit of a faster transition into the roll down phase there from Shabamoon. Had already cashed out the Anima last turn. Not much to think about, and not that much gold to work with for David Ace here. Around 20 gold, has a copy of Rammus, a copy of Corki. Some units to sell on the board as well, but there's going to be a big ask here, as you mentioned, in terms of stabilizing. Has a Riven 2 at the very least, has a Rammus 2 now as well. Is still missing 2 more copies of Corki, who is the main DPS carry for this comp. And he's at 17 HP. This is 2 lives, no matter what.
The items are also critical here. He still hasn't been able to find a Deathblade. And in this situation, he might be considering just fully loading onto the Riven first. That's the carry that he does have. I don't think he's likely to find a Corki 2 for David Ace's part. Very dire situation for him when you have to rely on the Riven as your carry for this comp.
So Anvil's being opened here. Guardbreaker or Trigger Slill will be slammed, I have to imagine, on the Corki, but maybe considering still the Warmogs. In this case, I think he's going to get an easy win against WCO2, so we're going to have to be a chance to just wait for the augments and see if there's an item augment that sways his final decisions with his components.
Getting gold augments on the 4-2. There's nothing that really stands out here. Just going to take whatever combat he can for Shabamoon. I want to check into David Ace to see how he built his final items. Really subpar items. Decides to slam on the Corki regardless, even though it's just a 1-star. Does find a lucky win there, but I'm not sure if he can hold on to this one. I wonder if he wants to remove for the Corki to get immediate power on Riven. Nope, still gonna stay strong here. These are rather subpar items on the Corki, so Team Heretics now has to think about who is going to be their win-out player. Typically, if you have someone that's going dead last, you have to think about who can carry the load in the front.
Hypno did roll down fully, hits a Xayah 2, hits a Tomkins 2. This is going to be his board to try and finally cash out this Warpath. He's facing off against Mino Haxor, who is still sitting on all of his gold. He's trying to play Fast 9 AP Flex, so this should be a win for Hypno in this case.
Yeah, but I think GG's position is just so strong at this point. You do have the potential for a Fast 9 AP board, as you mentioned, with the forward thinking. That board is most likely to win out. So if you have an opponent that, is going first place, and then you have a teammate that's going 8th, the only game plan you have left is for a blowout win. We'll see how this changes the situation as we finally have the Warpath cashed out. None of the 5 costs are immediately usable, and I have to say this is a bit of a low roll for Hypno.
Not just that, but we don't have an Aatrox right now on this board. Not able to find on the roll down. Does have the Last Whisper regardless built, so not really needing that Aatrox so much for the Sunder. Can play the Shen later on potentially.
If Team Heretics falls here, we will be going into Game 3, so not everything is completely lost, but it looks like the path is just so incredibly difficult. I think the best situation for them is for Shabamoon to somehow miss on level 9. If Shabamoon can't get that first place position, they still have a chance to come back. If not, though, I just don't see it, right? Because David Ace, subpar items across the board, only on Corki 1. Even though all 8 players are still here, it is a rather massive disadvantage on the side of Heretics.
Hacks are falling pretty low now, 18 HP, and SPAT does seem to have a pretty strong board state with the MF reroll. Has duplicators as well to try and guarantee he can hit, unlike most of the other times we've seen MF reroll being played throughout this weekend.
We should definitely follow Mino Haxar to see how that race to 8th place will work out between him and David Ace. Full Yasuo's once again. Again, HP, very important 4v4, so Evelyn is going to be deprioritized in most cases. Oh, Mino Hacks are trying to straight race for the level 9 board.
I'm not sure if you're stable enough or healthy enough.
Yeah. This is playing it pretty risky. Like, if he isn't able to secure the first place, like I was talking about earlier, then that opens up the path for everyone else.
It's almost a risk that maybe you don't have to take from this position for Gromp, but David Ace carrying now the Riven and the Milio. Corky, no items. He's on a 3-win streak, so something has been working at the very least in terms of stabilizing with this Milio as a carry.
I do like to play that he's finally removed his items over towards the Riven. And he also did reforge into pretty decent items. And I actually was carrying a Guinsu's Rage Blade, but was able to reforge into a Asterix. Really critical find for him in ordering for him to stabilize here. And Mino Haxar, this is going to be a pivotal round. 9 HP. Does he have enough gold to go level 9 here? Is going to be forced to roll down more on level 8, which makes me feel like...
I think just incorrectly assessed the amount of gold he was getting from forward thinking and the position he was in. And realized too late. I mean, three losses came through essentially after that realization where you kind of have to tell, hey, I don't have the juice to make it to 9 comfortably and in a consistent manner where I can stabilize and become a win-out player. So if he ends up going out here in 8th from this position with this much gold, this would be absolutely tragic. All items have been removed though from Shabamun's board, so, well, except for the Corky items. So buying at least some time here for Mino Haxor.
Could be any surprises here. Even with the Corky full automized, I think Acel should be able to do this. Does have the healing orbs on. Wait a minute, no. Is there another mistake from GG?
Clements. That's a close
we're
fight,
good.
but
Calculated.
it is calculated win, not calculated loss this time around. From Mino Haxor, buys some breathing room for him to maybe settle up his board on level 9 potentially still.
I would be so disappointed if Team Heretics gets the 2-0 purely off of mistakes. That would be kind of a low roll in terms of our viewing experience. But
big roll down here for Espats. There's the MF3. And a way to make it, gonna waste time potentially for some of the opposing teams who are holding MF still. We're gonna keep rolling, trying to find the Ornn and the Urgot as well.
yeah, 3 copies off of each. I think Diana's out of reach, just costing way too much gold here.
This board does not look much stronger than what we saw in these last few fights. We are level 9. There is an extra slot available. We have 4 Vanguard online alongside the Acel and the Vex. But it's still a Vex 1. It's still a Blitz 1. And this board is looking like him, but better, essentially.
Yeah. A lot stronger. Still has the duplicator if he really wants to use it. We'll see if they run into each other. It is going to be a fight between 2 GG players.
Ooh, this positioning with this Acel is actually really good from Mino Haxor onto Quinn's E. So at the very least, that's just going to fight in his favor. If it's a big enough loss for Quinn, though, that could also be problematic for Gromp.
He can only
like it
lose
might
by
be
3 units.
Yeah.
I don't think he has the firepower. Oh, and now he's slamming. Oh, I feel like GG slammed that way too late.
I think maybe just didn't take into account that the Yi would die instantly, and that's a large part of the damage coming out from your comp.
Yeah, pretty tough loss there by GG. There was a world where if he just slammed the items on Kindred, he could have stayed alive with a 3-unit loss, but goes out in 8th place. And now if Mino, Haxar, and Shabamun run into each other,
Clement, I have some bad news.
Kind of impossible.
I'm looking at the HP totals now. Mathematically, it is not looking good for Get Gromped. Every single player is on their last life. Team Heretic is currently 1, 2, 3, and 4. Espat just hit Urgot 3 as well. David Ace has, as I told you before, stabilized and become the hero he seems to always manage somehow, even without Corky items, to stabilize on his rolldowns and just win all of stage 4 every single time.
I can't really believe this. It's absolutely crazy for me. David Ace was in 8th place at the start of stage 4. I kind of pegged him going dead last because, you know, he didn't have the quirky items. He had one Reforger and a Dream. Manages to turn things around, and now GG Deadly CO2 goes 7th, which means they need a 1-2 to win. It's basically impossible at this point. Like, you know, if David Ace just drops and forces a rotation, that's lights out.
Yeah, with both players from get gromped at just 1 life, the moment they fight each other, obviously, the dream is over. And there's just too much HP to hope for just perfect matchmaking, right? Still 47 HP for Flounder there. Above 30 for both Espat and Hypno. Once again, the Warpath was cashed out. I mean, just it all looked very much in favor of Team Heretics from stage 2, stage 3 onwards.
Nino hacks are 9 HP going up against Hypno. The front line is already collapsing. The tank battle should be won by Hypno here. We're really hoping on the Aurelion Soul doing more damage to kind of make up for that frontline difference, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. The forward-thinking player, I feel like, unfortunately just mismanaged a lot of his stage 4. You know, you want to roll a little bit on stage 4 and then go 9, but he took 3 losses, had to emergency roll just to keep himself alive, and then kills his teammate in the process on the start of stage 5. I feel like this game, once again, GG had a very strong position to actually just win out. But with Shabanimoon going out, with Mino Haxor going out, congratulations to Team Heretic. They have secured this game again.
Yeah, unfortunate end of the journey, end of the road to EWC for Get Gromp. I think it's still a valiant effort to make it this far in their journey, making it to the open qualifiers, the closed qualifiers, and now the global qualifier as well. But just very tough opponents to face here with Team Heretics. And Team Heretics will have a potential chance to get their revenge against T1 in the final series in this group, as they are the victors in the series here against Get Gromp.
Did take a 0-2 loss to T1 earlier on, but hey, you always get another shot at this. Very strong performance from them, and they will be playing with warm fingers, as T1 did have to take a bit of a break there. And I do want to mention once more, Team Heretics did make it to the previous EWC. They were between 13th and 16th place. Did manage it under the Q80 banner with the Solarius star Volterix as their main carry. This time, getting it done with David Ace as well.
And overall, pretty clean game plan here from most of the players on Team Heretics. I really like the MF reroll here. Finally, we're seeing the full power of this comp. The 3-star MF, the artifact, and as well the Fishbones. There was an MF pair at the earliest stage 2, so Espat had a really good spot to play into this line. Espat as well. I mean, 2 games in a row, Team Heretics finding Warpath and Augments and executing it well. And finding the advantage is really big in 4v4 as kind of like a find your own path to becoming a win-out player is one of the challenges that you have as a team, and they've solved that pretty well in both games with the Warpath players.
Protected them very well, managed early cash outs on stage 4, leading to them to having a very dominant stage 4 position. Also, I feel like their full loss streak players rebounded quite well, David Ace especially. You know, clearly in the 8th place spot, manages to sneak his way into 6th, and just taking out GG's HP bars here. So, you know, I feel like we saw games that could have been closer in this series, but Team Heretics still playing it very well to end up in kind of blowout situations, especially in this match.
Shout out to David Ace, as you mentioned. I think it's very important for 4v4 to have a player who is very comfortable sliding into this role of 10 loss into I will stabilize no matter what. Even if I don't have quirky items, even if I have quirky 1, whatever I have to do, I will do to win every fight in stage 4. And he, yet again, accomplished that goal, despite it looking like a pretty doomed spot compared to Shabanimoon. And Shabanimoon did, of course, outplace him, but I think the more important thing for David Ace was simply not going 8th or 7th and having 2 players who get gromped find those spots instead. So really did. I think every player on Team Heretics fulfilled their role in this game too, and I guess we're seeing why it was such a dominant finish on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I'm glad we get to see the MF4 being played out. I think this was a level 7 reroll on his part. He gets multiple carries. You know, this is a very, very expensive composition. but he is able to get it completely online, just with the grab, heroic grab back coming out on 4-2. 3-3 costs. I think this opens up a lot of pathways to victory conditions if you have those sort of 3-cost rerolls online. This is what we see from Virtus Pro on the other side of the bracket as well. Playing, the Belveth, Jinx, and now we have the Urgot MF as a potential card to play for Team Heretics. So, I'm really curious who's going to come out in the T1 matchup that we're going to have in the next one. This has been a matchup we've seen before. It hasn't really been that close in the previous series, if I'm being completely honest, but revenge is on the menu here for Team Heretics to see if they can deliver.
Especially considering that Team Heretics has already seen a little bit of from T1, obviously, in this tournament on this patch. And there are some kind of micro tendencies that you can glimpse from a team when you face them off against them, what comps they prefer, what kind of playstyle they have in terms of the 4 roles on the team. So maybe some better reads from Team Heretics on what T1 is trying to do. Kind of the big picture approach to 4v4. And we'll see if that changes the results of the upcoming series as well.
Yeah, as we've seen from T1 in the previous series, they really do trend toward a bit more low cap compositions, and they try to take out your 8th place. So there's a lot of pressure in trying to protect your players that might have low rolled in the early game. But in the meantime, it also means that sometimes you don't need to have these crazy caps when you're playing against T1. We saw the way they kind of built their compositions in the previous series, where it was like Big Bang and Lissandro Cho'Gath. A lot of very low cap comps just for tempo, and we'll see how they handle this one, right? Because you have a team that does trend a lot towards blowouts, right? T1, the way they played against Team Heretics and the way they won was they basically ran them out the gym quite early on. So we'll see if Team Heretics does have those counter compositions that can keep them alive in Stage 2 and Stage 3.
And the biggest question would be, does Team Heretics find another Warpath game?
3 in a row?
against T1. Listen, we saw 3 in a row from, I think it was Mouse in the close qualifiers. So, and we've seen back-to-back emblem encounter games, so I will no longer cease to believe in any kind of possibility in TFT.
How about Bard 3? Is that a good omen if you're going up against T1?
How about a 3-star 5-cost is what Floudred is proposing to our viewers at home. 6 copies of Bard, but we are now on 7 copies. There is still time. Is his teammate rather, Hypno, blocking the 3-star 5-cost? That would be kind of sad. I hope not.
That would be good team synergy.
Oh my god, he is.
What? Come on, Hypno, what are you doing?
Hypno is hypnotizing his own teammates into rolling for a unit that he cannot even hit. Tragic turn of events here.
And he was 1 copy off.
Oh, I think the team morale might be affected for their next series against T1. I'd be a little bit worried if I'm a Team Heretics fan.
I'm pretty sure Bard 3 is good omen, right? You need the Bard 3 if you're going up against T1. It's a display of skill and pure dominance, and Hypno actually just denied it for a minute. Regardless, congratulations to Team Heretics. They keep their hopes alive going towards Road to EWC, playing against T1 next.
Big congrats, especially I think to David Ace, once again proving to be one of the clutch players on Team Heretics, making it their game in this game too, especially just a lot easier, as well as Hypno as well for executing that Warpath to perfection, playing a really high tempo game. Hopefully we'll see more of this high level play from Team Heretics in our upcoming series as well, Clement.
Crazy find by David Ace, as we talked about. He really didn't get good items onto the Corki, had to reforge his items out of his component anvils, was lucky to get a Sterix gauge, and then carried the Riven through stage 4. 15 HP starting stage 4. He was down at least 4 Corki copies from the opposing team, still made it out to 6th place, still carried the team onto the next series here. We're going to be taking a look at what happened across the brackets. We don't have the results from Isaurus Gaming versus Edward Gaming just yet, but we will be going into the decider match here on Group A.
Yep, we're a little bit further ahead for the Group A with just very quick 2-0, 2-0 across both of the series we've had on broadcast for now. As we mentioned, huge shout out to Get Grumped on their journey this season, this set really in the EWC tournaments. I think it's a hard ask for a team of relatively unknown players individually to come up together, form a team, and make this far of a jump forward in terms of their team success. So a huge shout out to Get Grumped on making it this far, and hopefully we'll see them again next set, trying to fight for one of those spots from the Americas region.
I always want to see at least one team where it's completely just newcomers in the scene or just like friends, the power of friendship making it to EWC. I feel like the team that was closest to that last time was probably the team on either Fnatic or EVOS, surprising everyone, taking down Falcons, getting to that position. But unfortunately for Get Grump, they're not able to repeat that success story. Again, this is why we have open qualifiers and make things so much more spicy, and you have that couch to crown possibility.
And as we mentioned, the upcoming series is already decided. It will be the decider matchup between T1 and Team Heretics. Already some history between these two teams. Yesterday, T1 was able to win 2-0 against Team Heretics. So we'll see how Team Heretics bounces back after this very short break. Do not go anywhere. A lot of excitement, a lot at stake coming up very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the road to EWC Global Qualifiers. We've now made it to the third and final series of the day, the decider match between Team Heretics and T1. Will Team Heretics get the revenge against T1, who they already lost to in this group 2-0 yesterday? That's the big question, Clement.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking at the momentum, it's actually a little bit on Team Heretics' side. They're coming off of a 2-0 win against Get Grumped, while on the other side, T1, they just lost to All Gamers 0-2. So if you're just looking at the day, it might not be that disadvantage to Team Heretics.
That being said, T1 has, a long history in 4v4 TFT. I think we talked about it earlier at the very start of the show. They, I think, put forward a lot of the fundamental strategies and game plans and just the way to really maximize your odds of winning as a team in 4v4 compared to individual TFT. So it would be a shock, really, to see T1 falling out in this decider match and not playing at all in the main event this year.
I have to say, in my book, T1 is still a very heavy favorite. They won both of their games against Team Heretics 22-14, really in blowout territory. And we have to give a special shout out to SCSC. In both of those games in the previous matchup, SCSC was the one to find first place. He has now ascended over Bintum, I think, as the best player in recent TPC performance and also on the entire T1 squad.
On the side of Team Heretics, I think kind of even amount of work being done from all the players. But I think especially David Ace, as a player who is playing the role of the loose trigger and the hard stabilizer on stage 4, he has done an excellent job all throughout the games that I've seen him, not just in this tournament, but in the close qualifier as well for EMEA. He has almost never disappointed in terms of cashing out or, rolling down and making a board that is able to win all of stage 4 as well. So I expect to see more of that as well from him in this matchup. Warpath, one of the big augments that was pretty impactful in that last series. We'll see if it's offered again for any of these teams coming into game 1.
Yeah, for sure. And we have some audiences coming in just to watch the matchup. Sorry about that. My cat just interested in what I'm cooking up in here. I've been casting in here for a long time, and I wanted to talk about the lose streak positions as you were mentioning. There is kind of a meta shift in both, I think, CN and APAC regions. Is if you find yourself in that situation, you actually want to cash out on the 100s. You don't want to risk the 300 cash outs like David Ace has been doing, which you saw him get the AP item, and it really didn't do much, right? He threw it on the Milio, but it wasn't critical in that sense. So what teams like T1 have been doing is they actually just cash out on 100 over and over again to get more gold early.
Will be Soraka versus Echo in terms of the god offerings for this game number 1 in this decider matchup between T1 and Team Heretics. Echo in particular going to synergize quite well with loose streaking players, especially if you get something like the artifact item we saw earlier, Scuttle Party, or even Divine Intervention where you cash it out at 30 HP. It'll fit perfectly if you are kind of that Calcloss player, that savings account player trying to play for a big stage 4 roll down.
And as we've seen in the previous games, a lot of times Soraka, because the new boons are relatively undertuned, it does mean that most players do just favor the Echo or whatever other option there is most of the time. The only time that isn't the case is when Soraka is giving you a lot of HP. So we'll see how the boons kind of shake up the game. If there's a lot of HP being offered, that does mean like slower spikes, the Fast 9 compositions do have a bit more room to operate, and tempo game plans will be harder to pull off.
Primordial holds here for Sangyup. Important to make a key note here for our viewers at home. It is the mountain as the Stargazer constellation. So Lulu and Zaya are both very much on the table, but we need to have the Stargazer online by stage 2, definitely. Hopefully it's 2-1 to really maximize the timing of the emblems we'll be getting out of the game.
Taking a look at Sanyap's early board here, it is going to be a silver opening. That does mean we have... Okay, Survivor is not actual a chance. If 3 of your teammates are eliminated, you're just dead. So very difficult to make that one work. I kind of have a nice chuckle there. Silver, for me, the most important one is if you can find Shield Maiden. We've seen T1 win out with that very, very hard already. It doesn't look like that has been found across the board just yet.
2-star Emilio from Crazy Moving we see on the right there, so potentially Crazy Moving has found Kickstart maybe as a way to have a strong start in this stage 2. Expedition will be the augment selection for SPAT, one of the stronger silver augment for sure, and yeah, it will be Kickstart for Crazy Moving here. Emilio 2, very strong carry, Clement.
Incredible find for him, and as we mentioned, Lulu is a playable composition, so you can just semi-carry that one in. You already have the Fate Weaver online, already building for the Jax item, so I think most likely Crazy Moving will be moving into that Mountain Lulu slot.
Do you roll on 2-5 on level 5 for Stargazer if you don't have it already?
I don't think I'm going to force it. If it's Mountain, I feel like you're kind of okay with it.
Even if you get it late?
Yeah. Okay. I think for the Lulu comp, it's fine. Like, you're not really hard-pressed to get it that early. And I do wonder if he's going to go for Artifact. Oh.
Pretty smooth start here for David Ace. Our perennial loose streak player is once again in a position to loose streak. Late in Forge will not get value from his augment until 3-5. Has 3 Timebreaker online as well. If we get a good Echo Boon, this could really fit his game plan. And I imagine it will be Corki once again. He's been kind of the Corki player for like a month now on this team.
That's really interesting how teams just have certain positions for players. I feel like the ideal is you want every member on the team to be able to flex across multiple playstyles, but I will also say that typically isn't the case. Typically what we see is mastery actually being more important and certain roles just being sort of designated to each player. Very obviously, David A's, as you mentioned, the Corki role. Oh, interesting from SPAT. Going full loss streak. So I wonder if someone on T1 has something like a calculated loss or an anima.
Yeah, it looks like Bintum does have the anima +1. Is hovering the emblem to place on a unit so he can activate. I guess it doesn't really matter too much for anima, the way the trait works this set. You just want to have the loose streak regardless if the trait is activated or not. But his life will be made a little bit more difficult with SPAT open porting.
Yeah, this is a worrying situation for Bintum. He gets the Anima emblem, doesn't find Anima early on, so it's a bit of a wasted branching out. You would really prefer to just get some gold if that was the case, so a relatively weak start on Bintum's end. And he's also getting sandwiched by Expedition that will most likely take the loss streak as well, so very tough situation for him.
Echo will be the delayed 4 cost after 3 rounds, so not the craziest comeback mechanic Echo Boon that we could be offered on stage 2, but for some players who don't have direction, could definitely be interesting. And for Soraka, just a 6 HP heal, which if your entire team picks it, that's a lot of extra HP.
I wonder if we're going to get 5 Sorakas. Yep, it's exactly 5 right now, so everyone joining the party. I like how a lot of players were kind of fainting, going over to Echo's side, just stacking up together and like, nah, we're not taking the Soraka. But at the last second, everyone shows their true colors. It is still going to be the HP and guaranteed gold across the board. Flouters with a really strong AP Fast 9 spot if he wants to go for it.
Yep, Silver Spoon into a quick level 5, has a Leona 2, has a Teemo 2. Not the best unit to reroll, obviously, on this patch, but still an okay item holder, especially with that Rageblade start in stage 2.
And a good opportunity for SCST to go into the Jinx line if he chooses to go for that one. Very strong setup. He has the Primordians online. He has a Jinx 2 very early. So he should be considered, him and Flouters, as the ones to full win streak the stage. We'll see if they run into each other.
I wonder what SPAT is considering in terms of his comp with Expedition. The biggest winners with Radiant items. We've seen the transformation towards kind of Corki being the designated spot, but most likely David Ace will be playing towards Corki.
Yeah,
it's going to be a bit late for Zaya because you don't have a Stargazer online all of stage 2 because you were open porting.
No Jax, no Lulu, really hurting his game plan here. We have talked about Expedition, I think, from T-Lines, just Expedition into Xayah, quite a strong line on this patch, particularly you get the Radiant Red buff, which is her best item. But Espat, you know, not really having the early start for it, is going to full loss streak. So does Bintum. Okay, so neither one takes a massive loss, but they both break their loss streak.
And David Ace also getting the 5 loss there. It looks like with the Lady Forge, Timebreaker, essentially an open fort. Flouders, is he able to manage the 5 win streak? He does. Looks like he's going to get it. Leona this cast one last time. And the Teemo is making sure to clean things up on the back. Corky in the shop for Flouders. Do you hold? The early hold?
I don't think so. He's already committed to the Gwynsus, knows he's not going to go for that line. It is very tempting, but doesn't go for it in the end. And
the mental warfare.
Just showing it to everyone. It's like, are you sure you want to go, Corky?
Just showing David Ace, you know, say, hey, I'll release him the moment you start rolling down, I promise. I'll just hold him here for now.
I wonder, the two positions we haven't seen a lot have been Sanyap and Hypno. The other spots, we kind of know where everyone else is going. David Ace, I think, you know, as you mentioned, most likely the Corky, but we will find out later.
So Sanyap does have the Stargazer online, and looks like he might be the designated Lulu player. Or maybe just Xayah. Yeah, most likely Xayah, right? From this augment. Extra, getting the extra bows. You can guarantee you have triple bow item essentially for Xayah. Most likely something like... And you have the early Kindred as well, the great item holder here, so... I like this. It's just interesting because with Xayah in particular, it can be a very viable line to kind of decongest your game plans on your team, but you have to have it activated from early on, or early enough. So this opens up just a lot more versatility for T1, you know, what they play in this game 1.
Especially when Crazy Moving looks a lot like he's going to the Lulu reroll. I do expect Sanyap to keep that route open for him. Does slam the Kraken Slayer, so most likely going for the Xayah. And there's an interesting question here now between Espat and Sanyap here, because typically on this patch the preferred expedition line is Sanyap, is Xayah as well. But obviously he's not going to have to go there. I wonder if this expedition is going to be something like sort of like the classical the mech line, especially when you have the potential for an echo.
Did he get this Lissandra from the booster pack?
He had to have rolled for it, right? There's no way you just get a Lissandra 3.
I mean, I think he got some copies of Lissandra at the very least.
He's very rich.
Which from this position is pretty good if you're already playing Cho Lissandra, it looks like. And he has the early Karma as well, so has a chance for 4 Darkstar very early on. Electro's charged one of the stronger silver combat augments as well.
Oh, this is interesting from Espat. So he is going to hard contest on the Xayah line, and what he's done is he actually just straight up built.
Yeah, this is very smart.
Yeah,
3-star. The 2 cost 3-star. Oh, I thought you meant with the duplicators. He's able to just have the sacrifice for the expedition earlier as well if he chooses to later on.
Yeah, preserves HP. Then on 3-7, he can just kind of put the Samira into the can and then have the 4-1 roll down. A very nice
really
sequence of events. Crazy Moving on time with his Nunu, but Lulus are still a little bit missing. He does have a lesser duplicator, so it does make this line that much more enticing. Already sitting on 5 Milios. So yeah, Crazy Moving is definitely hard committed. It will be a very congested Stargazer line.
The items are a little bit awkward. Not really able to make any clear slam here with 4 components open is kind of tragic. Archangel could be a slam, but you really want to play for the Nashor JG combo on the Lulu later on. Has the uplink, at the very least can get value from just spreading the components for now, but you don't want to waste removers later, so it's a little bit awkward here for Crazy Moving, and it will be the loss streak, or the win streak finally getting cut here.
Did roll down a little bit for the 2 stars as well, so you know, I think his spot is one of those where, depending on what comes his way, could be pretty difficult to deal with, especially with a lot of Lulus being taken out of the board. Looks like everyone is just going to go for Blessing Speed. Soraka's Embrace is just generally considered some of the weaker of the boons.
And the speed will help with especially the attack speed carries like Desire, for example.
Crazy that we have SCSC on the Jinx and Flouters, still with full win streaks here. I think this is great news for Flouters. AP Fast 9 is generally considered the strongest cap out line on this meta. So being in this position is just incredible for him. He doesn't really have to roll on stage 4. He can just borrow his HP towards his teammates. And he's also denying a couple of copies that might be necessary for other players right now, holding onto the Ramesses.
I imagine hits the Pile of Champions from Magic roll, considering the Kaisa 2 that's on the board here, and just how rich he is, level 740 gold on this 8 win streak. A really, really snowbally position here from Flouters. Going to have what seems to be a free win here against SPAT, one of the loose streak players on Team Heretics, who is playing for that big Expedition cash out into Zaya in stage 4.
Yeah, and across the board, I have to say Team Heretics has, in my opinion, a stronger position. They have a lot of win-out potential. They have a Darkstar, Lissandra with the Cho'Gath. They have the Expedition, and they have a full win streak AP Fast 9 board. Like, all of those positions, if they get online, are incredibly difficult to stop. In the meantime, for T1, they're more on the tempo route, right? They have the Lulu, they have the Jinx rerolls. And I have to say that I don't think they've actually put that much pressure onto the side of Team Heretics.
Pretty generic artifact pickup here from David Ace. Has the Light Shield Crest onto the Tom Kentra now. I think he's still open to playing, it looks like, Corki. But it potentially could be Yi as well. Has an early Yi. Doesn't really have the items for it just yet, though.
Still undecided.
Big
on
matchup here.
Path. This is interesting because CSCS did go to level 7 with double Guinsu's Rage Blade, so it doesn't look like the standard reroll composition that we were looking for. We did see T1 be one of the teams that have played sort of the Jinx carry in the past, but usually want to roll on 6. Instead, he tries to keep his full win streak alive, going to 7.
Maybe considering Fast 9 instead. With this 10 win streak, with the amount of gold he has, he can play double Rage Blade Morello onto the Vex later on as well, and just felt like he had a better position to fill or role to fill as the win-out player compared to just playing for tempo and playing for a lower cap reroll.
Pretty interested on how close SPAT is to hitting Expedition. He is getting contested, so ideally he wants to cash out on 4-1 before Sanyap can react and make use of his own gold.
Considering there's a Talon, I think he's going to be cashing it out here, right? Or else he would
Yeah.
put a 3 cost. So the math is probably mathing. He's on 32. Just needs that 1 extra gold of sacrifice. And there it is. Jhin and Fiora. If you're playing into Zaya, pretty good news to find the Jhin here.
It's just checking Sanyap's position here. Doesn't look like Sanyap has leveled to roll yet. So he is okay for getting that red buff, as we were talking about. One of the strongest lines that we've seen in the second TPC, the Dark Star Cup.
Lion Slayer and Vow doesn't use the Echo's Blessing yet, wants to wait to find the Zaya, so hoping to just win this fight regardless of not rolling down just yet, trying to go for just one more round of Econ here.
Let's get some good reprieve against Crazy Moving. Crazy Moving still 1 copy off of his main tank. Not able to hit just the Pantheon yet. But never mind, as I said that. I thought the 3-item Samira would be a little bit stronger than it seemed.
Ooh, Kahuna Huna. As the pickup for Xayah here. Espat not too rich, unfortunately, due to the expedition. We'll see if he can even find a singular copy of Xayah. If he can't, that could be pretty problematic.
Not even a single one? That means he can't use his 20 attack speed or shift over his radiant
Oh, there it
item.
is, there it is. He finds that copy. Doesn't sell the Samira. Actually, keep the Samira on the board for now. Doesn't have a Tom Kent either. Doesn't have a Nunu either. I mean, the rolldown was terrible, let's be honest.
And he reforged his radiant. He said that I'm just not expected to get this Xayah too, so he's reforging them to put onto Shen. That is... It's a very interesting move if it pays off, but it does smell like desperation. Are you okay, Panda?
Yes, I'm just... Did he want to reforge there? He wasn't trying to remove any, like, miss... That is a very ballsy move, no? To have a setup with a mountain of play into Xayah and then just a full reforge your items. There's no guarantee you're going to have 3 items that synergize together for any kind of carry. I mean, just a tragic turn of events for Espat. His game looks very doomed.
Do you really think it was an accidental reforge? Okay, so my explanation is he probably sees that there's a lot of Xayah copies out the pool and he's just like, okay, I'm not going to hit the Xayah too. But accidental reforge, definitely possible.
Okay, you reforge into Radiant Rabadons, Deathblade, and a tank item. Now what? Is that really better than just playing on Xayah 1 with a Radiant Red buff? I'm not sure it is.
I think you're probably right, actually. Now thinking about it. I feel like even just playing on Xayah 1 is probably a lot better than risking it.
We are seeing a Milio 3 here from Crazy Moving, so he has hit at least one of the key units that will help him stabilize, even without the Lulu. And we'll see if Team Heretics can come back.
Ooh, that is a very tough loss, having your Expedition player go straight 8th then.
Because you wanted to take the items off of Samira, right?
Yeah.
So you didn't sell the Samira and move him on to Xayah. And he had little time to work with. He hit the Xayah at the very end. I think that might be what happened there, which is tragic for the development of this game. But we'll see if Espat can bounce back and still if his team, more importantly, can bounce back. He is down to 1 life now, so Espat did lose that last fight, unfortunately. Bintum down to 15 HP as well. It's only Flouders really that's holding down the line for Team Heretics. He had a very strong fast line AP spot with that Timo Leona carry in the early game. We'll see if maybe Flouders can be the hero to play for the winouts, and if Team Heretics can do enough to survive the bottom 4 cut.
I do want to check on Bintum's spot as well, because he had one of the worst branching out spots that we've seen. Had his loss streak broken early on by Espat. So if Bintum does fall to 8th place, then maybe Espat's, I think at this point it probably is most likely a mistake, can be salvaged.
Look at me, I'm the Lulu player now. This might be the end of the road. All items are off for Flutter, so he's just trying to buy any amount of time to make sure that there's no Team Heretics player in 8th place. It's just the singular raid on the LeBlanc and the items on the Alawi for now. This should be a fight win for Espat rather. And for Bintum at 15 HP, I think he stays alive even if he loses here, right, Clement?
Yeah, I think the Soraka pickup really takes him out of threat. He needs to lose by 8 units, which is
I think we're losing. I think they decided that this is not unsalvageable for Espat, and he will be sacrificed for the greater good of Team Heretics. Unfortunate turn of events for the French player.
With how fast those items were put onto the LeBlanc, I'm actually now certain there was a mistake early on. I think that's the most likely scenario. It's like, buddy, we're sorry. You're going to have to own up to this one. So once that happens, as we talked about before, it really puts a lot of pressure on Flouders to be first place. If your Flouders isn't first place, then the only other win condition is a blowout win. Which, looking at the HPs, I'm not sure it's possible. Also, a very big hit by Bintum is able to get the Corki 2 Ribbon 2, so he should be quite stable from now on.
is essentially down, or essentially has no real augment. That's kind of the common power on his board, though, with the Epoch and the reinforcement and the dead anima emblem as well from the branching out. So definitely not a player that will cap very high, but should at least survive these next few fights.
That's the beauty of the Corki board. Once you get everything 2-starred, it doesn't really matter about combat augments. It doesn't really matter about going level 9. You kind of are just the strongest level 8 composition around. So we have seen a lot of these spots just go, you know, even 4th place, 3rd place sometimes, even if they don't have combat, even if they don't have level 9. We're going to be taking a look at Sign-Up's board.
Yeah, very cool board. This is a classic ignore your emblems and just play good units and hope for the best. Stargazer not activated, Shepherd not activated.
Hey, 4 Marauders in there, okay? He's doing something with his emblems. Yeah, I love this coming in from Sanyap. Is going to be able to get a little bit more tank if he so chooses. In the meantime, SCSC, comfortable fast 9 spot. You called this correctly as he was building 2 Quinsus early on. And hits the Vex 2.
As the Graves 2 as well, not sure how long that has been scaling for. The front line a little bit weak, opting to go for the slightly cheaper variation with the Bruisers, the Maokai, and the Tomkench over the Nunu and the Blitzcrank. Simply because there's just a lot of Nunus already taken out of the pool. We'll see if this Vex 2 is going to be enough to win these next few fights.
It does look like he's going up against a ghost board of his teammate, so it's okay to load all of his items. He's going to get the TG to the Graves as well. This is looking pretty dire for Team Heretics because I think the Nova spot might be even stronger than Flouders. It does have infinite scaling.
Vintum is being taken down though in 7th, so that's a big win for who other than David Ace once again on a win streak after stabilizing on the Corki board. The same story we see again and again and again. Ramus 2 now on as well with a Light Shield Crest with the Exile. So this is a Corki board with a much higher cap than we were seeing.
Yeah, interesting situation. I just feel like it's incredibly funny that David Ace is always on the Corki and always manages to pull out some great performances. You know, kudos to him to really finding his spot on the team. We're going to be taking a look at Hypno. He wasn't able to find a Darkstar emblem later down the line, so just going to be playing on a 4 Darkstar, no Cho either. I would say this is considered some of just a scrapper board. He's trying to survive and get placements over Sanyap. We'll see if that's even possible. I do think Sanyap has a stronger board as of now.
Good positioning. Bramble just buying a lot of time, but looks like this Lolanda 3 is not able to do enough here alongside the Karma dual carry. It's a pretty big loss. I think it will be big enough to eliminate Hypno in... Actually, no, he's staying alive on 1 HP. Just barely killed that last unit. Crazy moving still, though. Just a huge gap between 5th and 6th in the 8th totals right now. I think it's most likely Hypno going out in 6 no matter what.
And we have Flouders actually, I believe, losing to SCSC a turn before. That just makes things that much harder for Team Heretics. They really need to secure a first place. It doesn't look like a blowout is in the cards here. Crazy moving, also coming in with 4 different 3 stars. Even though he doesn't have the Jacks, he still has more than enough on this board to even contest for a first place.
This should be a blowout win for SCSC. A strong Fast 9 player who has stabilized their game plan, current HP leader in the lobby as well, up against Hypno, who just tried his best, but I think he knew from the beginning his job was not necessarily to win the game for his team.
Yeah, unfortunate for Hypno, wasn't able to find a potential Darkstar emblem, was rolling with just 4 Darkstar, no extra orbs here, is going to go down in 6th place. And that means at the very least, T1 will get a +2 advantage in the bottom side of the standings, which forces Team Heretics to not only have to win, they also need to get 3rd place.
Flouders is getting there, has a Karma 2 now, has a Sona 2, still missing the Bard 2 upgrade, has a Aurelia which you would like to have on a Vex, but there's so many Vexes out of the pool, so it's going to be a hard ask. Is this board strong enough though to either win the lobby or accompany David Ace into that 3rd place position?
I don't really think so because SCSC is going to have a massive Graves. Like Graves was already there at the start of stage 5, and he has 55 HP for it to scale later. I think you're going to see a very powerful precision Graves just kind of take over the board at that point. Even though AP 95 is usually considered kind of like the trump card in this meta, he doesn't have any combat augments either, so I have to give SCSC an edge in this case. Might not even take SCSC, he's not even getting over the Lulu 3.
I mean, it is Lulu 3, scaling on the mountain, Sanya going out in 5th place position. David Ace also takes a loss now, so all of a sudden, both players left alive from Team Heretics are 3rd and 4th in the standings. It's looking pretty doomed. I think a lot went wrong in this game from Team Heretics. I think the bigger question will be, how do they bounce back from some of these trivial mistakes and still show up strong in Game 2?
Yeah, it was a small Reforger click, but I have to say it had a massive impact on how the game did go out. We were talking about it earlier in Stage 2. We felt like Team Heretics had a lot of these win-out positions. They had like the potential Dark Star for Hypno, didn't work out. They had the potential Expedition with the Radiant Zaya spot that should have had multiple placements over Sanyap. That didn't really happen for them, and now they're just down to the Fast 9 line that, you know, hasn't been able to even contest the Lulu board, not even mention the SCSC Graves board. So just a lot of things unfortunately not going right from Team Heretics. We felt at their stage 2 position had a lot of promise, didn't work out, but you know, it's not over just yet. You know, David Ace still has a chance. If they can take down Crazy Moving, ship him into 4th place, that would be the first that would be the start of the comeback.
And I will say the small mistake with the Reforger, even if that didn't occur, there was very little gold to work with for Espat, and he was missing everything on his board. He had 1 copy of Zaya, 1 copy of Jin, no Tom Kenshin, no at that point in time, sitting at below 10 gold. So even if I think it would be still a hard game to come back from once he kind of failed on his first roll down on 4-1.
Yeah, I feel like he had a really good chance of overtaking Bintam and Sanyap, but probably wasn't going to be a win-out spot from that point onwards. Taking a look at SCSC, he's pretty much got everything upgraded here. Bartu in for Flouters, that's a big find here. A critical matchup here for between him and David Ace. They need a 1-3 to win, so David Ace should try to sack for him. I think a position sack should be good enough. Flouters is relatively strong.
Nunutu was also found on this turn from Flouter, so this is really everything he can bring to the table. This is the max cap he will be facing up against his teammate David Ace. Ferris' obsession on the Corki. Items removed from the Rammus, so that should be enough to swing the matchup in Flouter's favor, but not by too much. David Ace at 20 HP. I think it's impossible for him to die here regardless, but you gotta be careful.
That means, on the other hand, I do think SCSC will lose his streak. He wants to keep Crazy Moving alive in this situation. Or actually, Crazy Moving might be strong enough by himself.
Yeah.
Oh, he does have the Vex 2 on board. Okay. On bench.
Yeah, the Ezreal not quite pulling his weight.
Good swap in there. This is the critical moment. David Ace versus SCSC. With the Graves being that strong, I don't really see a pathway unless the Riven gets incredibly lucky. He probably wants his Riven on the sides.
Also, the dummies can make for some very weird wrapping scenarios for the Fiora as well. And just movement scenarios in general.
If David Ace goes 4th place here, T1 will have officially won the first match. It doesn't look like the fight's even that close, to be honest. Riven is heading back towards the tank line, not going to walk down towards the Vex.
Fiora still very healthy. Yeah, this is looking like a sweep here. The Vex very much alive as well. Just the Corki left, and that's David Ace being taken down. A huge loss as well, so pretty much a guaranteed 4th place. And Clouder's also down. T1 first and second in this game. Number 1, SCSC and Crazy Moving, the heroes for the South Korean org.
I wonder if SCSC can maintain his streak of 3 first place against Team Heretics. That would be an amazing streak to kind of keep, and also a lot of mental damage being done. Of course, it's between him and Crazy Moving. Crazy Moving doesn't have to sack for him necessarily, but it would be kind of fun to see to have a record like that.
And great decision making from SCSC, who had that Jinx 2 very early on, was maybe considering some kind of reroll option in stage 3, and said, you know what, I have the HP, I have the item, I have the setup to play for Fast 9 to become the win-out player. And he accomplished it. He made it to 9 with still above 40 HP, hit the Vex 2 very early on, and then just completely took over the lobby, knocking out the key player from Team Heretic the moment he had to.
Yeah, I think it was a great decision. Whenever you get the sort of item grab bag and you get something like the Even Shroud, you're kind of thinking about Brawler E, you're kind of thinking about the quirky compositions, but he said, you know what, I can just win streak off of this. I have an additional item starting here from 2-1. I'm going to build double Gwinsus and use the Jinx Primordian line to kind of coast himself into the level 9. So just a really masterful stage 2 setup with the Primordian Jinx, and going all the way, recognizing that, hey, these items don't have to fit into a fast 8 composition.
Yeah. And now for T1, it's 3 game wins in a row against Team Heretics, counting the series from yesterday as well, that opened up this Group A. If there's any time to make a heroic comeback from Team Heretics, it's now. You can potentially make the biggest reverse sweep possible in this group stage if you now win these next 2 games and eliminate T1 in the process. But the mental comeback, I think, is going to have to be there for Team Heretics. Small errors from SPAT, small errors in the game plan overall. It looked just pretty doomed already going into stage 5, stage 6, where it just wasn't adding up for Team Heretics in terms of their chances. We'll see what they can do in this game too. That's the big question.
Yep. So far, they haven't been able to score more than a 3rd place against T1. T1 has just had their number throughout. SCSC has won 3 straight first place games against them, looking like kind of the MVP of this particular matchup. So it's going to be an uphill battle, but if you want a miracle run to start, you better have it start now.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to a quick break very shortly. And all in all, I'm just looking forward to see what encounter we get, what gods we get, especially considering how much will be at stake for that game number 2 for Team Heretics in particular. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 8 minutes. Yep. Yeah. Normal schedule's good. All right.
3 games back to back with massive mistakes. That hurt me. Oh my god. Is Team Heretics gonna go like, nah, we're only getting Spanish players next year? Yeah.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
I was never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going
Welcome back to the road to EWC Global Qualifier. We're moving into game 2 between Team Heretics and T1. T1 has a 1-0 lead now, and Team Heretics has their back against the wall. Clement, they've had a great result against Gekromt earlier today, but now they have to make a count against a team that seems to be their kryptonite. They haven't won a single game in either series today or yesterday against T1.
And in terms of the placements, they haven't even been able to crack into the top 2 against this team. It's always been the win-out positions coming in for T1. And this is honestly a very historical moment for T1 as well. If you think about the number of teams that have been able to make it to EWC over and over again, so far there's only one that has secured all 3 trips, and that is Vitality. So if T1 can join them, that would be a historic achievement.
For Team Heretics as well, it would be the first time that org is represented in the TFT space, at least at EWC. This time with the French roster playing here, but they have to come back from some small mistakes in that game 1. I think mentally, especially for someone like Espat, I think it's important to, hey, these mistakes happen in TFT. You have to brush it off and have the confidence that your team believes in you, and that you guys can do this as a team and come back across this game 2 and force a game 3 in the first place. So fingers crossed that will be the case. We'll have a close game of TFT here between both teams. Thresh and Soraka will be our god offerings for this game 2.
Again, it's going to be pretty RNG. I feel like Thresh, a lot of these boons are going to be selected early because of just the kind of weakness of Soraka we have seen before. That would kind of be the case in today's matches as well. What I'm looking for on the side of Team Heretics is a very clear win-out plan, right? That has been the main issue against T1 throughout all of these matches. They just haven't been able to find someone that can reliably go into that first place position. I really want to see them find something of a fast 9 spot that they can rely on. That would be the first step to coming back.
A really appealing start here for David Ace. Maybe finally not going to play Corki. off of a 10-loss streak in this game. Has the Lulu already, has a Talon 2. We are going to have the Serpent as our constellation for the Stargazer this game. So viable for both Lulu reroll and for Zaya.
I'm just saying, he also still has the Poppy, so you never know. He could move back into the Corki again.
One Poppy and say no more. I'm playing Corgi.
He also has
Looks
the
like-
sword,
looks like-
so yeah, why not? He's been doing really well on it.
Looks like it'd be on ladder. This Calculass is for SPAT, not for Hypno, or for David Ace rather, before he gets distracted from his Lulu game plan.
Yep, it is going to be a 2-item start here, so if you get item openings, it's a little bit more beneficial than usual. Also, if you want to go full loss streak and have more interest, this type of a start would help you get there faster as well. So I think calculated loss is definitely one of the better options, but he does have to check if there are full open boards here. Doesn't see any of them, instead goes for the Leona worth the wait.
Spreading roots here from Crazy Moving. Darkstar +1 and Anima +1, not the greatest combo together, especially with no Anima units, but Darkstar +1 definitely enables a strong line for Crazy Moving.
Yep, just going to pencil that one in. In the meantime, Hypno, you do have a late game specialist. Very interesting committing to the Titans this early on. It typically isn't considered a strong item. There's very few carriers of this one, but he just wants to make sure that he has the best early tempo as possible.
Does have a Diana pair as well, oddly enough, so if he can somehow find a Diana 2 in stage 2, that could be pretty big in terms of being the tool to make it to 9 in the first place off of just a tempo start.
Well, at least they are starting to focus on some of their win out conditions. I think Hypno this time around, going with the fast 9, going with a very strong early start, can definitely be a candidate to get there. Wonder what the Arbiter is. He could pick up the Zoe here if the Arbiter is good enough, just to make sure he's stronger.
It's 26 armor MR for 50 mana spent for Hypno.
Actually a decent one for Diana in this position. For
Flouter
Flouter,
farming 4 Flouters with a Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank definitely one of the better options. When you see Sona, you want to cry. So I think Team Heretics has fixed their biggest issue, just not being able to crack into the top positions against T1. This time around, late game specialists, aura farming, they have stacked the deck with a lot of those 5-cost powers.
And for Bintum, he's very happy to be the Calculass player here for T1. So just going to be fully open forwarding once again here. Most likely will be a Corki player, you have to imagine.
Taking a look at Sanyap, he's committing to a reroll line, most likely going with the Akali and Jinx. This is what we saw from Virtus Pro play the most.
And it was very big in APAC, even last TPC. Not the Jax variation, but more so the Primordial variation, with mostly Jinx as the main carry.
Positions we haven't checked on, SCSC we haven't seen just yet. We are going to go and take a look at David Ace's spot with the branching roots. A little bit difficult to use. We have seen the Riven Corki being played by Shabamoon today, but the Arbiter still doesn't fit, so most likely trying to bank on a Reforger somewhere.
It is Thresh Soraka. Ooh, very, very clean win here from the TF on like 1 HP essentially. It is Thresh Soraka, so Thresh could potentially give randomness and Reforgers, but no, it will be the mini Recombobulate, which might be interesting for some of our players.
David Ace does go for that one. He is playing the Zaya reroll line, so hey, you thought he was going with Zaya with 3 early Stargazer. I told you with that Poppy, he's still heading for Corki. Actually, a lot of recombobs. This is going to be interesting. Oh, gets
Jax
the
is
Pike
still
too.
there. It's time for some Pike reroll, baby. Right?
I mean, I love that composition. If you have a Psionic, I have seen... Who was that played it? I think it was like YBY that played it. He had a Psionic opening, and he just went Pike reroll. It was fun to watch. Definitely playable in some niche situations.
Anima will come online here for Crazy Moving. Not going to be, I think, a huge cash-out game plan, but he is on a 3-loss streak right now, so he can just make better use of this Anima coming on, even if it's late.
I think he's going to win this one, though. 3-1. He's putting a lot of extra HP on the board with those emblems. There is a Teemo 2 on the other side, but it is a 2-for-1 situation. Diana doesn't cast, so should mean that his loss streak continues and would be all calculated. Maybe not. Oh.
Aurora cleans it up, and unfortunately that's going to be the win for... I think not the worst case scenario. I think he's not necessarily leaning super heavily into like a huge loss streak.
Yeah. Considering
his position, considering Bintum's position especially, where he's already like a full Calculass player. Diana pair still here for Hypno. The late game scaling is on a 4-win streak for now. Hasn't had to sacrifice too much econ by holding this Diana pair.
There is a chance that David Ace will run into his 100 HP teammate in Hypno. They're looking to avoid that one. Gets Crazy moving. So Team Heretics get a good role in the matchmaking here. With David Ace, looks like he's heading into some brawler composition. Already committed the Edge of Night. So he's really hoping for a Reforger.
And Hypno also with a win here. So just a really, really strong stage 2 for Team Heretics. Especially considering that some of these augments are just going to scale much later to the game. Like the Aura farming from Flatters here. He is obviously the lowest HP player from Team Heretics, but T1 overall as a team, much less HP coming out of stage 2.
Yeah, I feel like if there were ever a start where Team Heretic could commandingly win the game, it would be this one, right? They have great HP leads in the top. They have good win-out positions in aura farming and into the Fast 9 positions as well. So very strong across the board here. And this is going to put a lot of pressure on someone like Bintum. Bintum on loss streak. If somehow Team Heretics can just find a lot of core keys on the way, they should hold all of them up. They should try to deny Bintum as much as possible. Make sure he doesn't have that much runway. He's very clearly going into the Corki line. So just hold those 4-cost copies. Give a fast 8 to Bintum.
This next augment selection, really important for some of the players here. Someone like Sangha, for example, I think. Maybe you want some extra econ to guarantee you can proc treasure hunts effectively the entire game. But this comp in particular just wants something that can help you spike on 3-2, right? One of the key points for this comp is to roll down heavily on 3-2 and basically win every fight in stage 3. That's kind of the role that you are putting yourself in for the team.
Absolutely. This is a position where you're only expected to go as high as 4th place, so you have to make the most use of it, fighting a tempo game against 2 100 HP players on the opposing side. So I think that's going to be his plan. In the meantime, for SPAT, he has Worth the Wait, is going to get Leona 3, and already has a Tahm Kench there. So across the board, Team Heretics positions are just incredibly strong.
Ooh. Important fight here. David Ace does win. Both 100x streaks remain here, and now for Sangyup is the key moment. What is his augment selection? Kickback might be a little bit too slow. Yeah, it's going to be Kahuna Huna. And now we have to see a huge roll down. Cannot stop until he hits Jinx 2 at the very least. Alongside some frontline.
Here we go. He's still 1 copy off the Velvet, the Kali, and Jinx. All just missing 1. He's going to find 2 upgrades so far, but I don't think this is enough to actually break the streaks on the top side from Team Heretics.
Yeah, I think you really need the Jinx 2 or the MF2 or the Maokai 2.
Checking in on his items here. Gonna go for the Krakens. he has one more round to get his board stronger. He doesn't have he doesn't have a chance to break the streaks in the front anyway. But if the next shop doesn't give him the 2 costs that he desires, and I feel like he still has to roll a little bit.
There's a balancing act, right, with not rolling too deep because you have to recover your econ for future treasure hunt procs as well on stage 4.
Yep. Crazy moving, able to get the 100 stack. Probably just going to do rapid cash outs like we talked about. So there's 2 members on T1 that have to come back from a losing position. Crazy moving and Bintum essentially playing with open boards at this point. A lot of HP pressure. SCSC also not doing well. Ooh, doesn't get one of the critical 2 cost rolls.
I think at this point you just proc treasure hunt, right? Kind of have to roll that deep. You're 1 off now, so you might as well. TG, pretty big. This is why treasure hunt was played into this comp so often in the Dark Char, TPC, and APAC in particular. Just fits really well with the comp wants to do.
Helps him with maintaining his tempo, but overall I think you really want to find some of the emblems and the champion duplicators while you're playing treasure hunt on this comp, so kind of missing the high roll options coming out. Bintum is locked into Zaya. We'll avoid the Corki trap.
Seems like the Team Heretics players are just taking turns facing SPAT. He's just happy to continue losing to them. Like, yep, let's propel this 100 streak a little bit longer.
Well, it's going to be a full board of Threshes again. One of the weaker options on Soraka's side. I think it was random boon for Thresh.
Yep.
Okay.
Mystery loot.
We'll be taking a look around on everyone's board to see what they get.
A very early Corki pickup here for Flouters with the red buff. I assume will prefer playing into Zaya just because of the Blitz 2 coming out from Aura farming. It'll be just a better fit, and yeah, we're seeing the Kraken Slam here. So it looks like Flouters and Bintum will be the 2 players playing towards Zaya in stage 4. That'll be one of the kind of mirror matchups to look out for in terms of who hits more and who is looks to be in his better position.
I do want to check SCSC at some point to see where he's going. He's the only member that I'm not 100% sure. In the meantime, David Ace looking to continue his streak against Bintum with the calc loss. Should still be able to do it.
I think David Ace is likely playing just for Fast 9. He might just ignore his emblem altogether, looking at the Rage Blade Slam on the Victor. And the HP he currently has, of course. Kind of a similar move to what we saw from SCSC last game, where he wasn't sure about his game plan, but the moment you go on a 10 streak or a 9 streak, you kind of say, okay, well, regardless of what game plan I had, I think it's best to just play for Fast 9.
Alright, I'm going to make a pronouncement. I feel like this is the game that Team Heretic breaks the curse. This is the game that they're going to take against T1. They have 3 Fast 9 positions and 1 contested Zaya. I think their spots are just way stronger. They have so much more HP. It feels very difficult.
What a brave and bold claim from you, Clement, when there's 3 players from T1 below 50 HP coming into stage 4, and David has been streaking the entire game. Wow.
Hey, they're breaking the trend, okay?
I wish I had the courage to make such a crazy claim on cast. One day.
David A is continuing his win streak here against another lost streak member on the side of T1. Should be able to take this one relatively painlessly. It's a Victor 2 versus a Aurora 1. Fast 9 secured, essentially. And SCSC down to 38 HP. That's the board that I was like, I'm not sure what SCSC is playing, so maybe he can come back, but seeing how little HP he has to work with.
Early roll down here from Bintum has, a lot of gold to work with. Still 8 free rolls to go through, sitting above 40 gold, has units to sell on the bench as well.
Alright,
There's
first
a
find
first
first
Zaya.
down Zaya. He wants some tank items at this point, only with the war box to play around with. Spirit Visage would be good enough.
Vow as well, of course, for the Nunu. Perfect Zaya items, a lot of econ still to work with. This should be a stable spot for Bintum once he finishes out these rolls. Has to roll now and has to roll deep. Does want to take out as many copies of the Zaya from the pool as possible, considering that Flouders is rolling for the same comp.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Flouders has actually started his roll down just yet. Doesn't look like it. SCSE in the meantime trying to stabilize onto the Corki composition. So we have a very clear picture of where all the T1 players are going. Zaya 2 found. Huge find here by Bintum. Waits until the last second to combine it.
Sells the Samira to lose the snipers. Didn't want to sell the Graves, interestingly enough. Wonder why that is. I don't see the Graves fitting in this comp in particular. Maybe there's some kind of combination I'm not thinking of that could enable it to be an important hold here for Bintum. But loses out on the Samira, doesn't have any replacement sniper for now.
Yeah, that's interesting. Samira does provide you with 2 additional traits, but he goes for the Graves instead. Have to imagine it's Kahuna Huna.
Might be a combination with Graves and the Serpent in particular that makes him an appealing in on the board.
Oh, now Crazy moving on 8th place. T1 members just taking turns going into the 8th place. We'll see if he can stabilize on the 6th Dark Star. He already has 6 Dark Star, just waiting for the Karma 2 to kind of make his board a lot stronger.
Wait, wasn't his teammate playing Jinx? Why did he have these Jinxes on the bench? Yeah, it's just not looking like the most stable of the boards here for Crazy moving.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he is going to rotate into his teammates or T1. Someone has to take the L here. Full slams across the board onto the Dark Star board.
Maybe a fairly good loss at the very least.
Kind of interesting that Bintum is playing the Graves over the Samira that gives 2 additional traits. So still thinking about the potential for win out with the Graves there.
Velvet 3 for Sangyup. Still quite far away from the Jinxes. Wonder if copies have been held by the opposing team and his teammates as well to deny him the chance to hit this. But Sangyup is really, I mean, he's still 70 HP. He's done his job with his comp up until now. We talked about it so many times. It's all about just preserving a ton of HP in stage 3, winning all those fights, and just slowly bleeding out to 4th place.
Yeah, he has 2 members of T1 in his fight rotation. So he used a remover, but realizes that it's SPAT, everything comes back in. SPAT, lucky for him, level 8 Bard, one of the stronger conditions for a Fast 9 composition. Still doesn't look like he's going to be able to take down this one. Frontline damage going through rapidly on this Belveth.
Yeah, the Jinx a little bit better at not getting stuck on big tanks in stage 4 and stage 5 in particular compared to the Belveth and the Akali when itemized. But obviously, if you 3-star the Belveth first, you have to transfer the items over.
There's going to be a lot of people taking that 6 HP. It's absolutely critical for Crazy moving because that 6 HP means that he goes from 1 life to 2 lives.
Yeah. Alright, now you've jinxed it, Clement. He's going to take like the biggest loss we've ever seen in stage 4 and get taken out.
He needs to lose by 9 units. I'm not even sure if someone's level 9.
Stage 5, it could be, you know, a big enough loss could knock you out even at 16 HP.
True. Let's see if he gets the Acel too. Oh man, he's not even close to that copy. Only on Acel 1 with this front line. Not looking good. SCSC heavily denied by SPAT on the Corkies. Is having 3 items just sit on that Corki 1. He's kind of dead in the water as well. This is a situation where you're just banking on your own luck.
Yeah, it's very much looking in favor of Team Heretics. This is actually a pretty bad matchup for the Jinx Akali board because the Akali moves into, as we're seeing here, into the beam of the Acel, and it makes it very hard. So luckily it's the teammates. Obviously you're happy to sacrifice some of your HP for crazy moving, but one thing to consider when playing the Jinx comp.
Yep, that was the desired outcome for sign up as well. He actually had a Belva 3 on his bench just to make sure that his teammates could win another match. In the meantime, Hypno now taking some pretty big losses, down to 23 HP. We thought this was one of those win-out spots. He is on level 9 already, but hasn't been able to pair up his carries.
Diana's still on the board. Hypno, a real Diana believer.
Oh, as soon as he said that.
I think he noticed, like, nope, that can't be me.
Yeah, he eats out the window. Nah, I'm not believing in this Diana. Unfortunately, unable to find any of his carries here. This is a precarious position for him. He really
just saw the Jinx 3 upgrade as well from Sangya, but he's facing him on this turn as well, so it's going to be a really hard fight for Hypno to win here. Sangya continuing to do his job, sacrificing HP for his teammates, or just getting wins against these boards who aren't quite able to stabilize in Stage 4 and Stage 5.
Well, in the meantime, Crazy Moving does find the Acel too, but can he sneak a win? It's a 1v3 situation, and he does find it against SPAT. All of a sudden, it looks like the shaky foundations of T1 might be good enough to get them through Stage 4 at least.
TG,
Bintum.
pretty interesting here.
Any blitzes? Nope. Time to sell the Fiora, I would imagine. Oh, and here comes David Ace.
Once again, has to be the hero for this Team Heretics squad. Completely ignores the emblem, has a Reforger, can potentially luck into something that gives some marginal benefits to his units, even if it's not a full trait activation.
I think the situation now is Team Heretics still has the much stronger win-out spots, but it's no longer certain if SPAT and Hypno will be able to make it out. With that Bar 2, though, that's a huge find for SPAT on level 8 to get that. Should mean he's stable, at least.
Important matchup here. Hypno on his last life. 11 HP up against SCSC. Corki. Low roll Corki, I would say, from SCSC up against this AP board from Hypno, having just hit a few of those key units with the Blitz, with the Sona, with the Bard as well. Should be a win here for Hypno, I have to imagine.
Yeah, across the board, massive finds for Team Heretics. I think they're going to be able to punch this one through relatively easily. Both Bintum and SCSC, I think their spots are kind of just locked in their current position. Crazy Moving might be able to move up a little bit, but he's not going to be able to find the Bards, right? So SCSC, critical roll down for him. He's on one copy of Corki, not even a Corki 2. Ooh, this is looking very grim.
Vex 2 for David Ace as well. Huge upgrade. One thing for David Ace, I believe he is an Aatrox jail, which could be a little bit problematic for his team. Yep, no Aatroxes to be found, which can be a small issue in terms of your Shred and your Sunder capabilities.
Uses both removers on this round just to make sure he doesn't run into Hypno. Oh, and that was a very good gambit. You know, he had two other T1 members in his pool, but does remove at the correct time. Good fight RNG for him. Doesn't even waste the remover, so is going to transfer that additional life to Hypno.
Finding some last-minute items here. Onto the Graves, trying to make this a clean fight, or a close enough fight. Hypno survives. Bintum gets taken down a notch. SCSC. Looks like he's losing, but it's a close fight. Not quite able to do it.
huge fight there. Sona at the last second being able to cast. Took down the Riven in that 3v1. Bintum now goes to level 9. He's still missing a sniper, so wants to find the Jhin.
No Jhin, no Blitz on the roll down. Finally finds a Jhin. I guess you don't have a slot for Blitz anyway. You have the Graves on the board here. There's a Graves too. Huge power spike. Is it going to be enough for Bintum here? He's on 2 Econ Augments with the Slammin and the Calculaus. He's facing off against Espat, who has the Leona 3 off the worth the wait, has the Bard Karma duo carry.
We will see where those Nunu snowballs are going to be heading into. Can he hit the top corner? No! Misses completely. Goes for the Sona, which just isn't that important. Espat gets the much better snowballs directly onto the Xayah, but of course he still needs to get better single target damage. Doesn't look like he has that damage to go through both the Tahm Kench and the Nunu at the same time, and Espat is going to take a critical loss here. In the meantime, Hypno actually drops before SC or Bintum.
3-player from T1 though on their last life is a little bit worrisome, and Sangyop, the strongest player from T1, he's playing a 2-cost reroll line. He is not necessarily going to be a win-out player, right? With the Jinx 3, despite having hit everything, or mostly everything, I don't think this is a comp that will win out.
I feel like he has to sack one more round here as well. He's going up against Crazy Moving and SCSC. Both of these matchups he should be able to win. So has to sack some of his carries here. This is the strongest board on the opposing side. David Ace.
Ace will here potentially can target onto some of the key carries here, but is it going to be enough? I mean, already the Fiora is onto that backline, onto the Karma, onto the Ace. The Ace stays alive for now, but there's just too much damage coming through. David Ace does end up winning this fight. Crazy Moving goes out, SCSC goes out, Flouders is on his last life, as is Espat. It's getting quite even near the top, Clement.
Yeah, I'm surprised Sangyup is still able to win this late into stage 5. Just getting those 3-star carries being very strong for him. And Bintum with a huge find here onto the Jhin too. I have to say that Graves move is looking smarter and smarter with the rounds. It actually gives him a strong possibility to move into a 1-3 spot.
Especially realizing there was a lot of Blitz players, and it would be very hard to find Blitz 2 anyway once you went 9. So having Graves as the next add-in makes just a lot of sense, and having him scale up from early on as well. A big test here for Espats, expected to win against the reroll war from Sangyup. Can Sangyup surprise us?
Far 2 already online, should be enough damage to just take out Sangyup's front line. Sangyup doesn't really have a working tank at this point, but the Saucer flies off to the left side.
It's so close!
Oh. But Flouders, in the meantime, does fall in 5th.
And this means it's going to be even parity between both teams coming into this top 4. The winning player is what matters most here.
Yep, whoever wins is going to take this one. It basically is coming down to David Ace versus Bintum. I think those are the 2 strongest players on each side. They're constantly scaling as well with the Thresh, with the Graves going into this one. I think this is one of those times where we do have to take a look at the Graves upgrade to see who has the better scaling Graves to go into this one. So it is going to be the Precision Graves. This is probably the best one you can get, especially with the secondary explosions. Can just melt front lines instantly.
Level 10 for David Ace has the 4 Marauder, the very odd Yi added in on level 10, just to make best use of the 4 Marauder for the emblem here as well.
Yeah, just doing everything he can to just buff that Graves up. That's the only unit that is most likely going to be the carry here. Sangyup going up against his level 10 board. I think Sangyup's done his job. He's not expected to win this one. You're looking at his main tank on the top right. It's going down, but actually Rek'Sai gets 2 stuns across the board. Job well done by the Rek'Sai. This fight's a lot closer than I imagined it would be.
Ooh,
1 unit win.
Just barely. Not able to take on the Vex at the very end there from the Jinx. Looks like it's going to be between Bintum and David Ace, most likely. SPAC goes out in fourth. Not really too relevant. The key thing that matters here is who ends up winning this game, winning the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think Sanyap at this point probably just tries to die to Bintum. I feel like you don't want to have any mistakes happen.
Bintum needs some time to make the 10 as well. Could potentially add a blitz, get some more tankiness onto one of his main on his main tank, the Nunu. And yeah, Sangyup selling some units, making sure he's as weak as possible, allowing Bintum to take this red carpet onto what could be a decisive victory for T1 if he can dethrone David at the top.
Yeah, this is the smart move here. Even though sometimes judging the fights, you think that you're very far behind, you never know. Maybe all of your units can crit and you can accidentally win. So I think this is the secure move to make. Sanyap just bows out. Now it's the team captain versus team captain. And David Ace actually takes a loss here to someone's ghost. Very interesting scenario here. I think this is one of those fights where we do have to check in on the Graves again. I believe this is going to be, again, just like the precision Graves with the ability. But there's a small chance that he actually went for the assault frame, which would be a lot weaker. Factory new. Oh, it is the assault frame. Okay.
I mean, with the double tight, it's just more of a kind of tanky buffer units to buy time for the Xayah, it looks like. The addition on level 10 of the Mordekaiser alongside the Nunu as the Vanguard, as a Dark Star. We'll see if that'll be enough for Bintum here. Bintum's Ghost did beat David A's last round, so it looks like it might favor Bintum. The positioning, I'm not sure if it's the best here, though.
If you take a look at where this Fiora goes and manages to clear out 4 units, gets the reset into reset into reset, able to do a lot of
huge Nunu stun.
Into the backline as well, but Graves, assault frame Graves still holding on strong with 50 stacks of Sterix. Just shotguns to the face of David Ace and takes him out in one single blow.
That's going to be it. Bintum is the victor. The Graves proposition in stage 4 definitely worked out in his favor. Truly shocking play from Bintum that made so much sense now at the very end. I mean, the foresight, right? To really think, hey, how can I cap this board as high as possible when I make the 10? Probably a scaled up Graves 2 and a Mordekaiser. And that's exactly what we saw here from Bintum, able to beat a board that looked incredibly strong. David is full on Fast 9 Nova. All the units were there, had the 4 Marauder as well in the Graves. Wow.
I'm just at a loss of words of how beautiful Bintum was able to play that one, because he was standing at 16 HP going into stage 4. He started with Calc loss, and it was a really rough situation. He had his Calc loss broken early on. It wasn't a full econ streak. And he was also contested by an opponent member on the other side. So it seemed like a very dire situation. And even under that much pressure, he said, no, we needed a win-out player regardless. So he actually ditched the Samira that would have given him 2 additional stacks on Rost to go for the scaling Graves. So he kind of took this middle path with the scaling Graves, assault frame, not necessarily the best one, but kind of just like a good carry and a potential cap at the same time to take out David Ace in the end. I'm just, wow, that's just some masterful foresight for him.
Huge shout out to T1, a very clinical series yet again against Team Heretics here, especially as you're mentioning from Bintum really rising to be the star of the show in this game too, on his clinical play. And as you mentioned, I think there was a point in time where T1 said, hey, we're pretty far behind. It's not looking good for us. We have to make some plays that are not just to try and survive and buy some places, but to win this game. And Bintum said, I'll maybe be a little bit weaker on stage 4, but I'm going to work towards scaling to become that win-out player, as you mentioned. And that was exactly the case in the end. Pivotal Nunu stuns as well. I think 3 incredibly important snowballs came out and, CC'd the enemy team for just enough time for the Xayah and that Jhin to scale. So really clean play from T1 across this series.
And now T1 take themselves from on the face of elimination into stage 2, where they do have a 75% chance to then make it to EWC. It's not guaranteed, they still have to earn their spot, but they are much closer than they are before. Going over to Group B, we do have news. Isuris the strongest roster in America does come out against Edward Gaming in a hard-fought battle, a 2-1 over double finalists from the last hack round. That had to be an epic match, and the decider between Virtus Pro and Isurus is still ongoing.
I'll be Edward Gaming out of contention for making the main event at EWC, so some of the rising stars of TFT right now, like Saya, will not, unfortunately, be able to make it there for 4v4.
Yeah, I really wanted to see Saya in more international competitions. He basically had the best tack round run ever. Statistically, it's just not possible to catch up. But his road will be ending here with Camuli and Michael moving on. They're still not out of the woods. It's between Virtus Pro, the second place team, and Isurus later on deciding their spots.
And this will be our schedule and our stage 2 bracket for tomorrow. As you mentioned before, essentially 3 out of the 4 teams that make it to stage 2 will be moving on to the EWC main event. The winner of either of the semifinals directly qualifies to EWC, and then we'll have that third place match between the 2 losers, and that will decide that last team that earns the last remaining ticket for the main event. So everything is still at stake for these teams despite their dominance across day 1 and 2. They still have more work to do tomorrow, Clement.
Well, I know which team I'm rooting for tomorrow. It's going to be Glorpa Gang. The best icon, the best team name out of the entire tournament. The first seed out of Group B. The biggest surprise, making it so far. Only one TPC player in Allegory, but still able to carry the mantle of EMEA all the way potentially to EWC. You can't miss it tomorrow.
If Clement is rooting for an EMEA team, then I'm behind him as well. Let's go, Clement, joining Team EMEA, despite there being very strong and interesting CN and APAC teams still left alive in this tournament. Really excited for what happens tomorrow. I think overall, today was also very clean play, very high-level play. I think Bintum, this last play here, the usage of certain comps in certain spots like a Jinx reroll, I think was really interesting yet again on this day too. All in all, I'm quite happy with what we saw, Clement. Any standout things you want to reminisce about or remember before we close the show?
I just want to say, again, this is kind of like Bintum's sacrifice, right? He bowed out of TPC. He spent so much time on the 4v4. T1 believed in him. They built a team around him. They gave him the keys of the kingdom to kind of make it through. And in a pivotal game, too, where it looked like they were bowing out, they were 100 HP down at the very least. They somehow managed to clutch it up and go into the stage 2. So just huge shout outs to them. I really like these legends in a world of variance where you have these constants like Vitality, like T1. They always show up to EWC at the end. That just makes the format that much stronger. That makes the competition that much more valid. So I love the fact that we have such stable heroes.
That'll be it for the stage 1 of this global qualifier for TFT. In the road to EWC. We'll be back tomorrow, same time as we started today at 11 a.m. CEST. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Oh, did I jinx them?
Body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.